Hello, everybody! Hello, and welcome to another / the first episode of the Component Cast that you'll be seeing. So, we're going to start off tonight with a little bit of an announcement. Unfortunately, episode 1, our pilot episode, had some technical difficulties and the footage was lost. So, unfortunately, there is no replay for episode 1. So those of you who saw it live, you're the lucky ones. We are working on a replacement, so those of you who did miss it still get a piece of content and get caught up in the story. We're working hard on that in the background, and we're hoping to produce something really nice and fun as a filler for that. So until then, please, guys, just sit tight, and we thank you in advance for your patience on that. Also, just as a note on the naming scheme of the episodes, from this point on, this is going to be episode 1. So this is tonight, episode 1.5, and tomorrow will be, not tomorrow, next week will be episode 2, and so on. Just so the people that are watching in the archive format, our archive following, don't get confused by episode 1 being missing. But they're going to know now from the opening of this. Anyway, next up tonight, we're going to do our quick little ad reads before we get on to the actual portion of the game. So, starting us off tonight, we have the wonderful music, which you're hearing now, the music from Music D20. Music D20 are an independent composition team that aim to bring life to your TTRPG table. Their entire catalogue, including loopable tracks, are available on their Patreon for $4 a month plus patronage. Go check them out by following our links in the panels and the description. And next up on our ads tonight is another music software. It is the wonderful people over at Syrinscape. So quick thanks to Syrinscape for the amazing atmosphere they bring to our table. You can add the sounds that you'll hear throughout the adventure and more to your game when you download the Syrinscape app to your desktop or your mobile. The app is free and contains 20 sound sets that get you started. To find out more, go to Syrinscape.com or follow the links in our panels and descriptions. Anyway, without further ado, let's get on to the rest of tonight. We stand together, foes, friends, and unaligned, to set right a world for the mortal kind. At this, the apogee of all the bloodshed, this great summit where fate hangs her solemn head, it is up to I to duly justify what will happen to those from heaven high, from down below in plains of such hatred, from fire, earth, air, and water created, those of fey and bewildering wilds, even to us, which divinity doth smile. So I put to you, the immortal titans vanquished, I say leave with honor, or be banished. For those that leave with their heads held in dignity may stake their hold on mortals willingly, placing their faith in your sublimity. Yet those that refute my generous overture, those who would see to destroy mortal love, art, culture, their freedom to choose, fight, fail, laugh, and grow, I shall strike them down with a banishing blow. Those that shall not heed this decree for warning will find their flock in despair, mourning the loss of their god, for I will cast out that rebellious soul without a doubt. Your time is over. All is said and done. The war is past us and the battle won. So, hear my decree, or forget your litany, for now is an age of true brilliancy. The past is the past. Your dominion is all but your. Now is the time for Elendor. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I missed the mute key on my stream deck. You join us again in this week's episode, where what you missed is the party being woken up to the deep, dark stench of a sewer, as they found themselves captive by a well-known gang leader in the town of Retbury by the name of Blackjack the Jackal. An ogre of pretty astute intellect for someone of his kin, who had magically bound the party of adventurers to the island to do his bidding and would only free them if they completed his tasks. Bewildered, confused, the party reluctantly agreed and were set down a path to find a informant by the name of Scumbag, who was to lead them to someone who had been stealing from Blackjack. More importantly, they'd stolen a missing cask, or, as was misheard, casket, for a little while. So some people think they're looking for bodies, but the party reluctantly accepted. But first they decided to talk through their options, moving off to another part of the city to a small restaurant run by a swarm of sentient rats called Pinatucci. They ate, they drank, and they discussed their situation before finally, reluctantly agreeing to do the ogre's bidding. From then on, they decided to get on with their quest, and they travelled back to the rat runs, to the waterfront tavern, where they met their informant, a slightly confused rabbit folk by the name of Scumbag, also known as Donovan, who detailed that they were to help in the capture and destruction of a small gang that were stealing from Blackjack. He led them down into another part of the sewer where they were challenged by a flow of sewage that was rapidly moving in front of them, and they had to try and work a way across. Most of the party managed to cross the rapids unscathed, except for our Driefling friend, who, in a flurry of flourish, ended up getting flushed and took a deep dive into the smelly river before being pounded against some metal bars. But, despite the damage, they managed to get through unscathed, and we left off with the party finally finding the bandit group and dispatching most of them before getting them to yield, with Darius saying the words, "Where is the rabbit?" So fades up on this scene in the deep dark of the sewer in this gang's lair party. What are we doing?
We still have this crab in front of us, right? Is he still aggressive?
Has the crab surrendered?
The crab has surrendered.
Okay.
How does that look like?
So considering the it's what you saw with the chromatic orb that flew out from Ruby. One of the claws of the rat was the crab was removed, and you now see that the crab has kind of brought in its injured claw and is kind of backing up from the group. You get the impression that the crab, whilst unable to speak it, does understand Common and is intelligent enough for that.
Okay.
So, is it going to grow that back, or is it just going to be armless forever now?
I mean, it will take him a while, but yeah, he should be able to grow it back. He'll be alright, mate. Don't worry. We're sorting this out with our words, not our crossbows.
What happened to the rest of the claw? Was it just destroyed completely? Is it scattered around? Or is it just...
So, The thing
It's
is,
dinner.
it was hit with chromatic fire, so it kind of burnt up and cracked off more than anything. So it
Hitting
exists.
the floor here. No, it's not dinner. It is not dinner.
It's
was
somewhere on
thinking,
the.
pepperoni cooked or-
It's kind of on the floor, not quite into the gun.
Yeah, it was in the water, so I imagine it probably fell in the
Yeah.
sewage. That's not.
Yeah,
Nope,
yeah,
we're gonna
it
take the
kind
blue
of
pill on that one.
No.
Yeah, I'd advise against eating it. That would be.
My standards are low, but like not that low.
In this place, there is no 5-second rule.
It's a 6-second rule, right?
Oh God.
10 if you're a raccoon.
Well, depends.
Where is the cask?
And the rabbit.
What do you want to know first? I don't know anything about particular cask. We've got
Talk!
Ah!
Sword on his...
Yeah. So he points, and there is a literal mountain of stuff. Like, these guys have been stealing stuff, but from a quick look around, it gets the impression that they've had a little bit of trouble moving a lot of their illicitly gained goods.
The rosewood cask, the rosewood box that you've stolen, where is it?
He kind of
You've stolen from Blackjack.
We've stole a lot of things from a lot of people.
Can I just dive into the pile of stuff and just start digging around and see what I can find?
Go for it. Give me an investigation check.
Like a
I
pig in
am
a
going
sty.
to help him. You all find your rabbit. It all help Kifis look so he has advantage.
Yeah, sure. Give him advantage or roll yourself. Either or works for me.
I'll trust him to do it. He's a smart guy.
No, I'm not.
You have advantage.
You have advantage, so why don't you roll
Oh
again?
god, yeah, right.
So you can click the advantage button, and it will automatically roll whatever you roll with advantage.
Where is the advantage?
I think holding
button?
shift works as well.
Bottom left-hand corner of the screen.
I see. Oh, I accidentally just dropped an advantage. Okay, there we go. God. This app still confuses me.
It's fine. We're all getting used to this as a new thing.
Perfect. There we are.
An 18.
This is on a computer. It is application when it's on a full-size computer.
It's a program. So with an 18,
Program, application,
you're looking
same.
through, and how?
.exe.
So you are finding a lot of things. Particularly to you, there's a lot of things that you're really interesting. Broken umbrellas, fixed umbrellas, certain like gardening implements, rakes, shovels. There's also all sorts of like bundles of clothing, bundles of materials. You find you are finding things. You just think it's going to take you a little while. You do get a glint of what looks to be some finer looking boxes towards the back of the pile, but this pile is probably about 30 foot by 30 foot by 30 foot in a cube. There's a lot of stuff, so it'll take you some time. Is anybody doing anything else right now?
Dear Lord, how long have you been stealing things from?
We've been hitting the shipping for about a year now.
Can I
I'm
look
starting
at the
to understand why Blackjack didn't care more. This is all junk.
Can I go and look at the bodies of the fallen
Sure.
people?
Yeah.
If you give me 10 minutes to calibrate this thing, I might be able to help. And I'm going to ritually cast Detect Magic.
Oh, nice.
I,
Okay.
I think I find nothing.
Oh, Valmyr, could you please get my axe out of his skull, that one over there, while I hold this one captive?
Well, let me see what you got. So with a 6, I mean, you find what they attacked you with. You think you've got a couple of light crossbows. There's some scimitars and short swords. You see the one with the axe in its skull, and you go to pull it, and the axe head remains, but the stick kind of doesn't.
I'll go over to Darius and say,
Those things cost like
You-
5 gold. Pop.
your
This isn't a
equipment is
bolt.
slightly defective. Here is your stick.
Can I look towards and be like, I can fix that?
Please.
And just
That's
hurry
so
down and
expensive.
grab it and just.
Those are
so-
5 gold pieces pop.
Yeah, I know.
DM, are there any
Um,
chairs in the room?
Yeah, there's a lot of chairs in the room. There's actually a little, a couple, quite a few of the. So there's been some barrels that have been turned into kind of like a desk as well, where there's a lot of paperwork and looks to be like a book. But yeah, there's like a little desk area with some chairs. The chair is like held together with string, and like part of it has got like what it seems to be a replacement board instead of a leg, but it's a chair.
Ruby will grab the back of it and just kind of drag it over towards this bandit that has been held captive and set it down in front of him and just sit down. Very that Captain America montage when he's like, "So you ended up in detention."
So you rolled a 1.
Just looking at him and going, "So, how you doing?"
Honestly, not great. It's a lot going on right now.
Yeah, you've had something of a day. I've had something of a day too, and you want out of here, I want out of here. So maybe we can work with each other a little bit, and I won't have to start peeling off fingernails.
Oh dear God.
We're just doing bad cop, worst cop right now? Is that what it is? I've got a sword to his neck, and you're trying to take off fingernails.
Yeah, sure. What is it? What do you need to know?
Well, first off, if you haven't caught on from my friend here, we're working for a man named Blackjack, I think the name is, and he's trying to get us to
Mr. Blackjack.
Sure. We kind of got led down here to look for something. A casket, I guess, is really what he's into. A cask. Excuse me, a cask. That's what it is. And, we really want to find this thing. I really, really want to find this thing. Can you help me out?
I mean, it's probably somewhere in the pile. I'm the one in charge. I don't really handle the inventory. I'm not even the one that writes the reports. I can't read. I'm pretty good with daggers, and I throw them at people. Like it's how you assert your dominance. It doesn't mean that I'm good at all the numbers and
Sure.
stuff.
You know what? That's fine. That's fine. Do you have a boss I can talk to? A manager, for instance.
That would be me.
So no, you're the top.
In this group, yeah.
Darius,
You're saying we have no other person to go and talk with our grievances to? It's only you.
Oh, I mean, we got some contracts with some pretty big people, but this is it.
But they are not. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Who normally
Darius,
Carefully ran business. No, not even a HR rep. Gosh.
Darius,
was that guy?
You use swords, right? Can you hold a blade without a pinky?
Give me a minute. I don't know. Darius knows. Roach doesn't know. Because
You can technically. No,
You can.
You can,
No,
but
because
it'd
your
be
pinky
what?
finger is used to control the
But
sword.
yes.
So no, not really.
Yeah, the pinky.
yeah, you'd be
it's-
lesser.
You have no power behind it.
If there's no power, you'd have no control. Like all of the
Yeah.
deft control
Yeah.
is from the little finger.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hold on.
sure.
I can solve
So-
this issue.
I mean,
Well,
you
I-
could physically hold it. Use it is a different matter.
The point is,
I
she's
was gonna
trying
say,
to
he's
intimidate.
going
She's
to
trying.
get a sword right now.
She's trying to
Yeah,
I
intimidate.
can test it too. Like, hold on. Yes, but
It's
I
not
would
the
not be able
calculus.
to control it because yes, the tight control comes from.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She's trying to intimidate him, with the implication being that if he doesn't start answering correctly, she's going to take his finger off.
Yeah.
No, I don't think you. I'm going into Stenia. French. No, I don't believe you can.
Okay.
Can I?
So,
provide
Today's
advantage to that
episode brought to you by
intimidation?
alignment choices.
Yeah, I mean,
Those of you
feel
that
free to
thought
roll,
Ruby was
roll an intimidation check with advantage because Darius is standing over him with a sword and also helping.
I am very proficient in that.
Yeah.
okay.
Actually, I'm not trained in intimidation, but I do have a +2.
You can use one of your battle master techniques on intimidation. That's what you're thinking, I think.
Oh, I can. I'm just gonna do that. just to make sure that he shits his pants instead of just pissing his pants.
I think
Why-
it has to be on you, though.
No,
While they're trying to intimidate
No.
him,
Read it for me.
I'm going to cause harmless tremors in the ground for 1 minute with thaumaturgy to maybe make him a little bit more scared.
I mean, I've told you everything I think I know. Like, I mean, it's probably there. It's probably definitely in the part. I mean, I will help look if I need to. But also, I think we should possibly hurry up. I think it might be earthquaking season, and I'm really worried.
it's an earthquaking season.
And so about the rabbit.
When you make
What
it,
about him? What about Scumbag?
Donovan,
He's
right?
a scumbag. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's him. I think his name. I don't really know his name. His name's Scumbag, right? You know.
Sure, scumbag. Okay,
Worthless
that's
piece
fine.
of junk
Hey.
like that. You don't really
relax.
need to move past it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, relaxing. Is it hot in here? I'm really hot in here.
Or is it just me?
Yeah. Whatever you say, my lady.
I'm trying to find him. You know, he was supposed to help lead us to the spot. Ended up leading us into a trap. So you might understand. I feel some kind of way about that.
Well,
Trying to find him.
I mean, he just kind of came in here, told us you guys were coming, and then said he had to go somewhere. I think to his mother's. That's what I got from it.
Insight. Is he lying or what kind of?
Go and roll an insight check.
Not
It's not a very high DC though. Not a
11.
very high DC. With 11, he seems to be very truthful. This man is fearing for his life right now, and you don't think anything he says is a lie.
Okay.
You get the impression that this is not a classy, well put together operation. Just kind of side gig that was going pretty well for someone, and it's all just come tumbling down, and they really weren't expecting any of this.
So what you're saying is we caught Jesse Pinkman.
Yeah.
Like,
Torture.
no, dude, like...
You know, you've been relatively forthright with me, trying to help me out here. So I'm gonna let Mr. Darius here. He's gonna ask you a few questions. I'm gonna go read those books over there, and if I don't really like what I'm reading, if it finds out you were lying to me, or something else, then
Okay, sure.
We'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
What is your name? I don't think we have your name.
My name?
Yes.
But I'm Aaron. That over there was Jerry. We called him Jezza sometimes. We've got I mean,
We
the
didn't
guys
ask
that-
for everyone who's dead. Didn't ask for everyone. who's
Okay,
dead.
the two that run off
just
are Peter and it's oh, that's not a name I'm gonna be able to read. Sorry, I'm just going.
That's amazing.
This is Peter and
We see behind the curtain.
Those two that have left, are they going to get help? Are there others?
Oh no, there's no others. I think they just got out while they could, which is right now it feels like a really good scenario.
Do you have a last name? Family? Friends? Loved ones?
I mean, I barely have this name. There's not many people that deserve last names in this city. It's kind of a symbol of, being born into something that isn't covered in shit.
So, Aaron,
Yeah.
this side
If
gig
that
of
is your
yours,
real name.
this side gig of yours, is it very lucrative?
Oh, I mean, we had a plan. Nobody really noticed until now. We had a lot of merchandise to start shifting. It was looking really good. What can I say?
Wait, are you
Do
telling
you
us
have-
that you've been stealing for a year and you haven't sold anything yet?
I mean, we sold bits and bobs enough to, pay the dues and everything, but nothing major.
I don't think he's gonna be useful. I don't think
Have
this
lots of
man is-
inventory, but no coin.
Look, it's
No
a really
infrastructure.
tough market right now. I don't understand the economy. We took a massive hit last year with it's just how it happens, you know.
It was just a downturn in the muck market second quarter. We just couldn't shift it.
Well, see what you need
How
is a
did you
fence.
guys find crab?
Ruby's gonna start going through the paperwork and the books.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to go help with the big pile of shit.
Sure.
I'm still trying to fix the axe. But it's more turned into just like wrapping it with duct tape and
It's a
trying to put a
5 gold
nail
piece.
through it.
Okay.
I can. So with
Not
Scroungecraft,
anymore,
I
it
can
isn't.
do up to 30 gold piece
Yeah,
items,
it can fix it.
kind of thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
You can
no,
actually
yeah, no, I get that.
That'd be rough.
I'm trying to
Um,
illustrate to the GM this isn't a bolt.
But
So,
it is
I
broken.
know.
It's a copper piece.
I know.
Didn't you get a nat
You
20?
got a natural 20 as you threw like at 10 feet you threw this into a guy's like semi-armored
Exactly.
skull, and then someone just tried to yank it out without really thinking about that. That's all that happened.
Okay, all right.
That's all I'm saying. But okay, so Zep,
shot the car door with the wood axe before, and it took that like a champ. So
Yeah. So Zep, you finish
It is
casting
broken.
your ritual cast of detect magic, and you don't see anything magical in this room at all. Everything seems to be mundane items.
except the incompetence.
I just want to say that the detect magic is actually a little device that has like a little spinning radar thing on top of
I
it.
love it. I
I
love
keep
it.
pointing it at the pile, and it'll go beep, beep, and I'll turn beep, 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 and just leads me to Brawn every time.
Yeah. I love that. You just walk around, you keep beeping into Broad. He's just like, hey, we did. So yes, and by this time as well, Kifis, you have completely repaired the handle of the axe. You looked at it and you went, there was a massive sort of something that had gone undetected in the making of it, and there was actually like a hair fracture through the center of the through the handle. But you found one of the old umbrellas and makeshifted a handle out of it, so it's now a hand axe but with a curved umbrella handle. But it works.
I love
It
it.
works. You also, in your investigations, also, Ruby, give me an investigation check as you read through, give me an investigation check as you read through these documents on the table. But in total, what you find, including searching the bandits, you find 50 gold. You find 2 short swords, 3 scimitars, 4 light crossbows, 4 hand axes that were in part of a shipment. You also find you find a box that has about 30 rations in them. There's an assortment of like tinder boxes, and finally you come across in a more like classy section where you find some silks. So you find like 1 bolt of fine silk, and you also find the rosewood cask.
Oh, there we go.
I'll commandeer 2 of those axes
Yeah, sure.
if I could be dropped those.
Am I able to retrieve my javelin that I fired into that
Oh
person?
yeah. You find you get Brawn to pull that out of the man that's impaled into the ground. And it's slightly bent at the end, but Brawn just goes and fixes it and hands it back.
Thank you, Brawn.
Can I go to the
You know what,
door
Coach?
where
The
Peter
back.
and the other fella escaped from and just have a look what's past that door?
Okay, yeah, past the door. You find a ladder up to another manhole.
Okay,
Person
so I'll
hole.
be back.
Yeah. So that's what you find there. Let's
I'm also going to take 5 of the rations, by the way.
Sure. Yeah, there's 30 rations in total. I'm trying to put these into the
Party sheet.
yeah.
What you can do
5 rations.
if you've got it in a parcel, Midge, you can just drag and drop the parcel into the.
Is it
Care-
the
into the
inventory
party sheet.
area?
Yeah.
Okay.
15 rations.
Let me find it. Hold on. I'll get that into a thing because I realise there's a few things that aren't in the parcel.
I take also 5 rations for myself.
Okay.
Well, it seems we found everything we're looking for. Mr. Aaron, was it?
Yeah, that's me, Mr. Aaron. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been called a...
No,
Yeah.
mister. No, mister. No.
Okay. Okay. With that 8 that you got on your investigation, nothing is jumping out at you on the you do see something that looks like a logbook, but it would take much further study for you to work out what's there.
Yeah, Ruby will stow it into her satchel,
Yeah, sure.
along with the other paperworks if there are there.
Everything else looks to be illegible or written by someone who cannot read or write.
So just pictographical inventory is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whew. Okay, so, well, I think we found everything we were looking for. We can get back to Blackjack and get these things off. We can go about our separate ways and go about our lives. So, shall we?
Do we need to? Do we ever work out? Is it that one or this one we have to keep alive? And he's pointing at the crab, or is the man?
I think it is the man.
If you're keeping me alive, can you try and keep the crab alive as well?
I'm sorry. We only need to keep one of you alive.
We've been friends for so long.
The crab will stay here.
The
You
crab
come with
and you
us.
have been friends.
Yes.
I see no problem with taking a pet crab, okay? Just saying.
Well, out the back is a ladder going to a manhole for us to get back to Redbury. I think the crab will probably struggle getting up there due to the fact that he is quite large.
Yeah, we tend to go kind of the way that you guys came from. The crab can read things better than I can. He's very intelligent.
I'm so...
How do you communicate with such a beast?
Can we just simply ask the crab what it wants to do? Hey, crab, what do you want to do?
But he's a prisoner. You don't ask a prisoner what to do.
The crab just...
It's worth asking.
And then he's trying to gesture with its one claw towards one of the doors, just like... just like, can I go? You kind of get that kind of as an idea.
Crab's
think
technically done nothing wrong. It's a
We can't
crab.
leave this crab here.
What
We'll
do you
go.
I would just in a D&D sense of things, this crab has an intelligence of 9. There are peasants that have less intelligence than him.
There are party members here who probably have less intelligence than him.
I wouldn't go that far.
Thankfully not me.
That parcel has been added. So
At least have an intelligence of 14.
So top right, you should see your party sheet there. You should be able to click that, and just if you need something from that list of stuff that you found, you should be able to just drag some.
It was the rabbit that told us that we needed to keep a prisoner.
Correct, it was.
We still haven't found the rabbit.
I think we should just go back to Blackjack with the rosewood box that we have now. What is in this box?
Do you crack it open?
We were
It's not a
told
box, though, it's a
specifically not to
cask, right?
open it.
Cask, a box, what is the difference?
So it's like a.
One can be under pressure.
So you do see that it has a latch on the top, but it's about that big. Doesn't
Is
feel
it-
as heavy as you think it would if it was completely full of liquid. I'll put it that way.
Is it locked?
No, it's just like a little latch key thing.
I will peek inside.
I told you. We were told
Never
specifically not
peek
to
inside.
open it.
You
That was
never
one of the
open
first
up
things
the-
that he
It's
said.
gonna be the
Do not
suitcase.
open the cask.
This is gonna be the suitcase that closed gold.
I guess
thing. Just got...
as I'm reaching, is that what Zedaar is saying? If
Yes,
Zedaar
Zedaar
said-
saying, we were told specifically, do not open the cask.
Oh, I have terrible memory. I apologize.
think we all do.
I do not open the cask.
That being said, if you want to shake it, tilt it upside down, and listen at it, that is fine. Just do not open it.
Does the cask beep?
Like a kid with a Christmas present.
It
What's
does
inside?
not beep.
What's
No.
inside?
Soft
on the cat.
clicking.
I can tell you that there's nothing magical inside. Probably not valuable.
Abyssal language slowly coming from the interior. Just
You just hear. "I will be your doom." No, you don't hear anything from the inside of it.
Like, if we give it a shake, does it sound like there's water inside, coins, paper?
So if you give it a shake, you hear like a. So it sounds like there's something solid, but there's also something giving it resistance.
Like sand, perhaps?
So like,
I'm going to say
in mind's eye, I just picture it an orb in sand.
I think we should just go back to Blackjack.
GM, does it sound like it could technically be some sort of soft paper box that is sliding against the wood cask on the inside? That
No,
you're
it
shaking
sounds
it?
like there's a more solid object that has kind of been packed,
Like packed, like
surrounded by
cigars?
packing peanuts.
Can we just open the box? Okay, who's going to know?
we saw this
This
man
is getting
smoke
to me.
cigars, right?
If it
Blackjack
is
was
trapped,
smoking
Blackjack is
cigars.
going to know.
This is cigars. I'm out of character. This is fucking cigars. No.
To be fair, I am going to assume that this was a test for us. As he said, it was a test for us. These individuals were not overly competent at all. It was just to see if we would do what we were told. If you open it, the inside may not be very valuable, but it's just to see that we follow orders.
Yeah,
One of us
I
almost
would agree with
one of
that.
us almost drowned.
No, we forget. Nothing of this sort happened. We will forget all about that. Let's just move on.
I wasn't talking
It is
about
fine.
you, I
He
was
will
talking
smell it
about
when we
the
return.
4-foot tall raccoon that would have drowned.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was perfectly fine. Kind
I
of.
am willing
see
to
what-
take bets now that when we return this, he will open it in front of us and show us what we got.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
I will take the cask and I will move towards the manhole at the back or the ladder. And
Before we go, the door which the crab gestured towards, have we been through there?
No, you have not.
Oh no.
The crab was very interested in that door. Maybe we should check it first.
Or not. Let it go.
Then we will check it. I will go with you.
Let's go, Braun.
Okay, so you go over to the door, you open it. It's just, it looks like it goes to another wing-ish or branching pathway of the sewer. Possibly a closer, or you don't really know, but you get the impression that that the crab knows that there's a way out for it this way.
We'll
Wait
leave
a
the door
second.
open
No.
and then return.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait a second. And I I step away from the leader and I say, "Stay here." You point to the crab. Where did the rabbit? Which way did the rabbit go?
He kind of points at the ladder, which people have escaped through.
Okay. All right. That's good.
And then it kind of
The rabbit
turns
probably
the
lost
claw
his-
and just kind of curls it and makes it look like kind of like either a middle finger or a thumbs up. You can't really work out whether it's a claw, but it gives
I'm
you
insulted
a
either way.
it gives you a sort of thing, and then kind of sinks into the water, kind of just so its upper shell is showing out and its eyes are peering up.
Yeah. All right.
I like
I
this.
want
Okay.
to rub the crab's shell.
He was just trying to kill us. Just trying
And
to-
it's not
I
anymore.
want to point out the person he hurt the most was Kifis. So if Kifis wants to
Yeah,
try-
he just tried killing you.
yeah. So you give it and it goes and makes this kind of weird gargling sound of affection.
Good crab.
You can't.
Good
You can't have
crab.
him as a pet. You can't have him as a pet.
Why?
Because he's gonna kill you in your sleep.
You made my
This is,
crab.
this is easily an epic level mount that we can just get at level 1. When do you get these
Yeah.
chances?
Kifis is gonna go to sleep and he's gonna wake up with his guts out. The crab's just gonna be gone.
I don't think I'll wake up, and that's a pretty good way to go. In my sleep.
If he grows back his claws, I mean, it's just a constant source of food, really, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, because that's gonna that's gonna help.
No, I just want to point out it definitely felt pain. It's not like
I
it
don't
doesn't
think we can
feel
confirm
pain.
that, GM.
A reminder
He's
that
a
this
crab.
episode is brought to you by alignment choices.
As the GM, I am definitely saying, despite this animal once being hostile, it is no longer hostile and did feel pain. As much as you or I in this situation.
Here, crab, jump into this hot tub.
Oh, fuck me. No, just... No animals were harmed in the making of this D&D session. Jesus Christ.
No, because it was last week that we did all the harming.
Yeah.
Is a crab really an animal?
Sweet halo on a disc, please. Like,
What the fuck does that mean?
Lambert, I'm gonna have to naughty step you in a moment. Jesus.
Look,
Okay.
I am trying to leave. Up the ladder. Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. Valmyr goes up the ladder.
Is
Who is
math
following?
related to science?
I'll go up after.
Okay,
Ruby
Zedaar's
is
going
leaving.
after. Yeah, Ruby's left. Cool.
I am taking the leader with us because we're supposed to maybe take a prisoner, and if not, I mean, he's dead anyway.
Sure.
So it's just like
Fine.
I'm not
Bonus
leaving him
crab.
down here.
I've been down to the crab and whisper, meet us at the tavern. You know which one.
God damn it!
Now we're free.
To the crab. Okay.
Yes. It's
He's gonna make a
smart.
guess.
so-
Okay, cool. Yeah, fine. Sure. Yeah, okay.
It's gonna show up somewhere at some point.
Just,
We're all going to be
just
like level 15
and gonna get
or something.
stabbed by a guard or something. It's gonna cause.
what's there is a film that starts following like an alien crab that then gets crushed, and I can't think what film it is. That is a scene.
Sounds
to a
horribly
movie.
depressing.
It's like a sci-fi film, and it gets like crushed by the leg of a spaceship. No, it's a scene in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it sounds
what I'm
like,
thinking
yeah.
of. Okay.
That's not an opening scene. I think it's just
No,
a
it's
scene.
it's when they land on the Vogon planet.
Uh,
He remembers. Okay.
I am
so
also going up the ladder.
Cool. You all climb up the ladder to yet another part of what you from the architecture and the constant winding paths of like. Can you guys hear the audio? Because I can't. Hold on.
Yes.
Yes.
yes, we
Yeah,
do.
faint,
It's my player being silly again. But as you climb up, you still think this is a part of the area you think is the rat runs, more towards the river region of it. The north side of it, which is moving between the two islands. But yes, you think you're somewhere in the rat runs, and you climb up. What are we doing? You have the bandit in tow. No sign of the rabbit up here.
Oh, can I bound his hands? By the way, I have the ropes.
yeah, sure. You can bind his hands. You can do that easily.
Yeah, probably should have said. Obviously,
Well, he
after he
cannot
gets up the
climb.
ladder.
Yeah.
yeah. After he gets up the ladder, unless Brawn wanted to just haul him.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, the shoulder's mine.
I was talking about just tying it to Brawn's waist and him just being like carried up.
To be fair, you just pick him up by the scruff of his neck and just carry him.
Yeah,
drag
So
him.
could yeah, but yeah, bound his just his hands behind his back fairly tightly.
Can I use Mask of Many Faces to look like one of Aaron's dead comrades? Maybe Jerry.
Sure.
God!
Yeah. Jerry, who had no face when you saw him. So
Oh, maybe not him then.
It's a look.
What?
At least he didn't choose the crab.
Maybe it was an axe.
Is this payback since you didn't do any damage in the fight? You just do emotional damage now. Is that what it is?
I
Harm
need to look.
people,
I need to look. Unassuming.
you take the form of one of the bandits. Your clothes. Do your clothes change with? Yeah, they do. So you now look like you're in rough leathers. Still have your glaive, but yeah.
it look like a spear now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to blend in, so you know.
I can help with this. And then Braun is going to put his hand on Darren's shoulder and lead him. Like he's a captive.
I am captive.
I like that. Sure. Okay. So where are we going?
I think we're returning Blackjack.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
we need to
so
find Blackjack.
You
Unless
begin.
we wanted to spend another half the session at Patucci's.
I
Would not be
mean,
opposed to more of their lovely pizza.
What session?
You're right. You're right.
So
Never happened.
you return to the sewer exit, which you first left from Blackjack's temporary office, and there's no signs of anyone.
He did say he would be moving.
Where did he
The
say he
next
would
drop-off
go to?
point from the rabbit.
You would think it. You would think he'd tell us where to return an item.
He told the scumbag would know what to do to get the cask. Probably knew where to take it afterwards, but the damn rabbit ran off.
We
All
should
right,
go
Aaron,
to.
if that's your name, where is Scumbag's mother's house?
Oh.
We should go back
life
to
depends on
Waterside
it.
Tavern.
Oh, I mean, everybody knows Scumbag's mother.
We
gotta be
found
Bob
Scumbag
Boss or
at
something.
Waterside Tavern. Maybe we should return there.
I mean,
Or we could just go
she's one of the
straight
most
to the
famous
source.
madams in the entire city.
Oh my god.
You did not see that coming. I did.
No, I didn't know.
Everyone knew her. Mhm.
I just thought she was generally just a shit person. That's
Oh no! When they say breeding like rabbits, it's
Oh god. It seems very strange.
I did not expect
now I'm just
this.
picturing a scene out of Monty Python.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
I mean, yeah, she plays into the stereotype a little bit, but it's made good bank for them.
I
Does
see.
Scumbag live in a cellar nearby there, or?
You read his mind, Ruby. You managed to pry into his thoughts. Was there anywhere that he felt was a safe place?
With us, of
That was
course.
the same
I
place
will-
where he-
I will try to find out, but I will be honest. Trying to remember anything about that man's mind is like, it was a bag full of cats. You could smell crazy on him.
Give me an intelligence check to see if you can work this out. I think it's gonna have to be straight intelligence with a pretty
At
high
least my
DC.
thoughts are. At least my thoughts are safe.
16.
16.
Okay, so you don't know a location. You do get the idea that Scumbag doesn't really have a house. He seemed to be. He quite liked working with these guys because they had a pretty cushy room in the sewer. But I mean, there was a lot of emphasis on his mother. But also, with that intelligence, you do remember that Blackjack said, because you were paying attention to this, that someone would find you.
Let's go have
Maybe
pizza.
we do go back to Penascooties.
God damn it!
Actually, what I need is a bath.
non-prescriptive tavern, guys.
A bath would be very appreciated.
Yes, perhaps we do
Not
not go
here.
into a restaurant
Yeah.
while we are covered in this.
Yes, you have just been I mean, a lot of people around here also have, but you have been trouncing through the sewer for the last hour and a half. No, 2
now we
hours at
have
this
to-
point.
I
Now we have to
turned
run
to
to
Aaron.
The whole time.
That's true. You
have
have been on the back of Brawn.
Yeah. We have a
Adam-
conundrum is the fact that we're covered in shit and need a bath so that we can go to a higher class establishment. But to get into a higher class establishment, we need a bath. And I don't trust the water here.
Is there a bathhouse somewhere near here, Aaron?
I mean, a lot of. The Crimson.
Taking him to a bathhouse.
Hey, I mean, in the let me get up my own map for.
We need to plan better. We should have asked that.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Side. I think that there's one that is run by the Crimson Dragonflies. They tend to have that kind of thing. I mean, there's probably some more on the northern island, but
Are they
not
hostile
really
to
around here.
Blackjack?
Preferably something still in the rat runs.
Are they hostile to Blackjack's gang?
Shoot
on sight?
Not shoot on sight because obviously they're neighbours, but it's frictional.
Frictional. What's your definition of frictional?
I mean, occasional stabbings.
Okay, that's more than what I would have initially thought. Then, okay.
That sounds pretty frictional to me.
Yeah. Problem is that we are known associates of that gang now.
We are known associates by those in the Jackal's territory. I am not sure if it is spread to the other gangs. Keep in mind, we are supposed to be anonymous.
I mean, you're talking about this in the open. That doesn't sound very anonymous to me.
Well, technically, we're in
up.
a hideout that we were using previously, so this is not in the open.
Right.
Visible confusion.
Yeah.
It's okay, Aaron. Don't think too much. You'll
I'll try
hurt your
not
brain. I know.
Is there anything on the map? We did have a map.
You have got a map.
Maybe we should look at it again.
It's
Maybe we should bring it up on the
guide
stream
map.
so
It's
other
not
people
gonna
can watch it too.
It could have something, okay?
You can do that manually if you want to. All you have to do is press the image button and.
Yeah, you can all
yeah.
at any time individually look at the two versions of the Repri map.
I forgot. It's only being streamed by one person.
Yeah.
How can we see it?
So-
Go to the images button in the right hand side of the screen. If you don't have like an images tab, you can go to the setting options button in the top right.
I have it, but it's full of loads of junk. I have 4 pages of just random images.
If
Drop
you-
down
if you
group
I have 14 pages.
to uncategorized.
Go to uncategorized. It will be everything that I've uploaded. Or you can use
Aha!
the search button. Also, guys, if you are watching in chat or you're watching on YouTube in the archive format, you can go to our World Anvil and find out all this information yourself. There is a page specifically on Raspberry. There is a link in the panel and / the description, so you can explore the world at your heart's content as well. So if there's people that we mention, if you need to catch up, there's a good way to do it.
How's the deep down, Aaron? Is it better or worse than the rat runs?
It sounds
It
worse.
could go either way. Honestly.
So
Go either way.
it's less poo, more industry.
Right.
A different kind of poo altogether.
Honestly, the nicer parts of the city happen to be on the northern island we keep to ourselves. And that's also why it's quite easy that, with Mr. Blackjack having such a new gang has been able to take so much territory so quickly.
Maybe we should return to the tavern where we met Scumbag. Perhaps Scumbag comes back there, or we just wait there. It's not a very good establishment. So
It was made a hell of a lot better by one of your companions. We know that much.
So we go there, we wait for Blackjack's man to come find us, and we deal with this box business.
It is the most likely place that he would come looking for us.
Yes.
Seems the best choice of option now.
Okay, it is decided. Let us go.
So you move back to the waterfront tavern, the somewhat shit-covered tiki bar. In
Waterfront.
Yeah, it's waterfront. You just don't know what kind of water. And before you fully board the gangplank, the orphan child from before runs up to you, and he goes, "Hello, friends. Mr. Blackjack, sir, has sent me to send for you. He said you'd be coming out at about this time-ish, kind of thing.
Perfect.
He He's over there, and he points out into the water, and there you see a large barge is sailing, just sort of into the water. There's a rowboat just down here there, which you guys can take over, and he will see you on board.
Then let's go.
Sounds like a
Wait,
plan.
hold up. Wasn't it that if we left the island, some bad shit would happen to us?
He elaborated. You can go to about a mile out before something bad will happen.
For a second, I thought that was the kid saying.
This kid knows way too much.
No, that was DM nudge to remind you, just because that sounded more like a
We can
person.
go about a mile offshore before we assumedly go boom.
Okay.
I'm imagining the kid's an archmage who made the things on our wrist.
The kid's just almighty.
Wax.
Yeah, have you not realised I am an immortal god? Like,
You're supposed to be gone.
Cut to the end of this arc, and this kid's actually just a halfling who's actually in charge of everything.
We have found the big bad evil guy in session 1.
Yep, the big
Wouldn't be
bad.
the
It is
first
the
time.
kid.
All right, well, let's go to the rowboat, I guess. And
Is it bad? My first thought when the kid came running up to us was, "Oh shit, a ghost," and just punt. Like that was all that went through my head.
Why did you believe he would be a ghost?
yeah, why?
What's wrong with you?
I paid him like I paid him money to guide us.
The city is just shitty. It is not haunted.
Oh no,
That
it's
you know of.
definitely haunted. It's
This is poo, not
definitely
ectoplasm.
haunted.
Okay, I guess we go to the barge, and hopefully this is not a trap.
If not before, we did add a couple of ghosts, just like a half hour ago.
yeah, that's a good point. That's a very, very good point. So, who is manning the oars of this rowboat?
I cannot swim, I do not
would
know
assume
water,
Brawn.
so not I.
Braun will happily take up an oar.
I'll take up an oar.
I'm
Just to make it look
squarely
really
in
weird.
the middle of the boat. I am not happy about being on the water.
I will take
keeping
the helm.
I'm keeping a. I don't have a dagger, so I'm keeping a hand axe to Aaron's like neck.
Ruby's gonna take a seat and cast prestidigitation on herself enough times so her robes are clean.
Lovely. And I'm guessing Zedaar is taking. Oh no, you've go. So it was Kifis and Brawn are on the oars. No worries. The water's very calm, so it's easy enough to do. It just needed some people to actually be manning it. I'm now also imagining that Zepp is Washington across the Delawareing this. Just at the
100%.
front. Lovely. Cool.
There's a satisfaction I get when a Brit makes a reference to the Revolutionary War.
He was a British general first.
Yeah, but still, it
No,
wasn't
no,
at the
no, no.
time.
No, sir. He was a Virginian.
You're British.
I mean, the Irish in me likes to poke fun at the English in me sometimes. That's
The Welsh
all.
in me laughed at the Irish too.
Yeah, it's fine. And you make it across pretty quickly. It takes you about another 30 minutes to get out onto there, and as you pull towards the side of the ship, you see Krek looking over the side, and he just grins with a missing tooth more at you. He goes, "You all look like shit."
I don't.
Oh no, of course you don't, my lady. You
Yeah,
look
me
pretty
either.
ravishing.
My
Oh,
mom
wait,
always
only
told
my
me my
feet.
scale shined like a mirror.
Only my boots look like shit. The
You're
rest of
ruining
me
my
is
joke.
totally
Just
cool.
get the fuck on board, all right?
The only thing that touched the shit for me was just my boots because I didn't fall once. Natural 20 getting down that
That's
ladder.
very true.
Yeah.
I-
We look actually fairly okay.
And then you guys also see the white ears of Donovan hop up next to him and just goes, "Oh, hey friends, how's it going?"
I'm gonna make an
We're definitely
athletics
gonna
check.
make these.
I'm making an athletics check. I want to jump up this fucking thing and I want to grab this fucking.
Okay,
He
you're,
left us.
you're going to try and jump onto the
Grab him.
barge from
Grab
the...
him. Grab him before
Yes!
he does it.
Yeah, go
Counter
for
it. Counter
Mate,
against.
give me a roll.
Can I counter him?
It'd be
let's let him
opposed
roll
athletics.
first. Let me see what he's rolling.
It'd be opposed
first.
athletics if you wanted to. We can see that. But
Yeah, go for it.
20.
20? Okay. Your jump takes you about halfway up like the netting to get on, but you don't just jump on board.
No, I mean I'm scampering up there as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
Fuck the prisoner.
go for it. Maybe with a 16, you do grab him a little bit, but he's off. He's up.
I now see
Darius,
right
you're on board. He's like, well, I see someone's eager. The rest of you coming on up.
I just picture Darius jumping up, and Ruby trying to stop him is just clinging to his back, being pulled up with him.
Yeah, that's kind of what's happening.
No.
Ruby's strength at a -1. That's a 16 is an amazing roll for her. So
Darius is not stopping.
no.
I'm going to very carefully get upon the barge. I do not
I
wish
don't even
to
use
fall
my
in the
feet.
water.
It doesn't take anyone a roll or anything, but you do get onto the barge, and you see that Blackjack just turns around and he sort of clicks, and the gnoll in the pinstripe suit you guys saw from before, he comes over and he kind of starts to tie up the rowboat that you guys rolled over, and he says,
I was about to say I was going to tie it before I went up, but cool.
"Yeah,
Clarification: Did you say gnome or knoll?
gnoll,
No. Okay.
gnoll, yeah."
Good. Okay.
No. Yeah,
It's a
good.
there's a difference between gnoll and gnome, as we've discovered.
Is there?
What
there
isn't
really?
that? Because Zep is a gnome, isn't he? He's not a gnome. He's a gnome.
Yep, he's a gnome.
Yeah.
He's definitely a gnome.
There we go.
He looks like a gnome. He looks like, yeah, he's a gnome.
Yeah. So the boat's tied off.
I don't
and
take
you're
my
all
eyes
on
off.
board. Okay.
Off of scumbag at all.
He's looking at you and kind of like rubbing his ears nervously, like.
It's just like this, and I'm just staring at him like this with no, just like.
It is good to see you again, scumbag.
Yeah, likewise.
How's your mother doing?
She's fine. I'm. Yeah.
We have what you're looking for.
Ah. Add it over then.
And she'll look to.
I had it, so I pass it over.
He takes the crate, flicks the little lip catch, puts his hand in. You see some sort of like wood shavings and stuff that come out of it, like that's kind of packing it. And he pulls out what looks to be a really nice bottle of some sort of alcohol. Really large bottle of some sort of alcohol. It's got like a fine, like wax-sealed red, like label topper. It's kind of, and it's got some really lovely gold inlaid filigree on a lovely large label. This thing is hefty bottle. Like if we're talking current sort of measurements, probably about 2.5 liter bottle of booze. It's like, oh, perfect. I needed this gift for the council. Well, it seems I can look to you to get stuff done after all. Now, before we press on, I thought I'd add the added threat of my new office to point out to you if you turn me wrong right now, I just sail ever so slightly further out and you guys get evaporated. So, listen up, listen well, and don't piss me off. Right. So, seems you've completed my little task. And I will have more work for you, but for now, you're going to have to play along a little bit. I'm going to need a few days to get some last things in order before we take on the real job. Oh, of course, where are my manners? He, like, sort of takes his club, hits it onto the floor of the ship, and then a halfling runs out and hands whoever's nearest. It's probably Darius, because he's not stopped eyeing up the rabbit. He hands Darius a sack of gold. That's your payment for this first job, and just as a precaution, I heard whispers that you've been talking to certain members of the community. in future, you're under my protection because you're nobles, and you've paid me a wage to do that. So, that's what we're going with, okay? You don't work for me, you're paying me to protect you. But even that has its limits. So don't run it too hard. But yes, there's quite a large amount of coinage, by the way, in this, Darius, as you look down.
I haven't looked down. I'm just holding the bag.
Okay, no worries. Are you still staring at the rabbit? Yep, no worries.
He's just so used to servants bringing him large amounts of money. This is nothing new.
What about Aaron?
It's marvelous.
Yeah,
What's Aaron doing?
it's another Tuesday.
Aaron is, well, he's kind of just looking around. You saw him sort of wave at Donovan when he got brought on board. He's kind of just stood behind Darius, like.
Can we kind of like grab him and just kind of throw him forward a bit?
Scumbag
sure.
told us that you wanted the prisoners, so we kept the brains of their operation, and here he is. Aaron,
And no, that was not
I
a crab.
swear, if he asked for the goddamn crab.
Aaron the illiterate.
All right,
The
Aaron.
crab's out there.
Right. I'll deal with it. Don't worry. Did you see the crab at all?
God damn it!
Yes.
We
He's
did.
around.
Friendly.
We were not told to bring the crab.
No, it's absolutely fine. Just marvelous creature, though, isn't it?
It is
Beautiful.
missing an arm now, or a
Would
claw,
you-
I suppose.
Would you want the crab?
They got Skittler's arm. He's like, yeah, they did. Things happen. And then with that, he takes his bludgeon and just cracks into Aaron's arm at his elbow, bending it the wrong way, and you just hear a large of bone snap. Now it makes two of you. Anyway, and he's just there like screaming, in a poorly, and he just rolls him over and there's he'll be fine. We'll find something for him anyway. Right. I have one small task before I give you some time. I need you to take this box here to the Singing Dagger Inn. I've also set it up so you have some rooms there. Now, I might suggest to keep this cover story going that you work with some of the other gangs in your free time. I'm sure you've got your wits about you and you might be able to find some sort of work. But get used to the city. You'll be seeing quite a lot of it for a little while. Do you have any questions for me before I send you back to shore?
Perhaps a
This
suggestion.
tavern, does it have any baths?
Singing Dagger is a better establishment than ones I've sent you to before, so it might do.
Only
The
one
pizza.
way to go from there.
Can we also have the rabbit?
We need something. If we're going to have a cover story that we are under your protection, we need to have one of your men with us at all times. Maybe an individual we have history with would be the preferable choice.
It
Wouldn't
seems
you agree?
Aaron has suddenly lost an arm.
Scumbag.
Scumbag has his uses. As a guide to this city, is not one of them.
No, that's true. We understand that, but he is a known member of your gang, and as far as we can tell, an ineffectual one. So what are you losing?
Despite his pox-riddled mind, he tends to have some pretty good uses.
Like selling you out?
He did almost get us killed.
And technically he knew about this whole operation, and I'm guessing they got a lot of their stuff using Scumbag's resources. Can we just break his knees?
No. Just Let him
What
come
was
with
it you're
us.
saying about brought to you by alignment?
I don't want to hurt him that way. No.
You'll notice that nobody in the party has actually followed through on their threats of torture.
That's also true.
Yet.
You haven't.
I want
hold
consensual
on.
torture, you see.
Just let him come with us.
So Kifis swings that way. Okay.
I will. I promise him. I promise that he won't be physically harmed.
I mean, I've already got him working on some other jobs. So if you're willing to buy him out of those, then maybe
How
we can
much
come to an
how much is his pox-ridden mind worth?
agreement. A lot more than you think.
2 gold?
I've been in there. You're not missing much, honestly.
Sometimes you need a scumbag to do a scumbag kind of job. That's all I'm saying.
Probably.
not gonna get
It's
hurt.
very easy to make a scumbag.
Darius, we're not gonna get anywhere with this. Thank you.
I am. No. I want to hear a price. Then I will work from there.
I'm
hand
going to
back-
go over to Darius and take the bag of gold that he was handed. The price would come of your pocket then, not
That's
our
fine.
pocket.
Yeah, I'll work towards it.
Well, I mean, if you want him, you're gonna need to give me that bag back. So
I have a line of credit that I can produce.
Oh Lord.
give me a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Okay, I can do that, but I also am going to use my commanding presence.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna put that
Can you? Is that the add a combat superiority die at the?
Yes.
Okay.
Persuasion, disadvantage.
This is not an. Oh no, it is a persuasion check. Okay.
You said it was persuasion check.
Yeah, no, it is.
Yep.
So
And
roll
then
your
that's a D8.
superiority die.
17.
Okay.
He stole me, so he knows he knows about me and my family. God damn it!
Okay.
Slight panic in Midge's face.
200 gold
I'll write the
with a
check.
10% interest rate for every day that I don't get it.
Every
I mean,
day.
it's a line of credit. You have to go and cashier it in a banking institution, and then tell them
Exactly,
who it is.
which
And then
means
it
I
takes
need to-
time to get there.
I need to now charter a ship back to the fucking mainland to do it.
Well, this is the price of doing business, sir. And I take out a parchment and a quill ink pen, and I start writing a very fine check in my father's name.
I'm going to point out that this is entirely his idea. I want nothing to do with this, and if you could shove him off, I would be perfectly happy with that.
Zedaar's climbing down into the rowboat and getting ready to unleash it from the barge.
I-
and just go
I-
to the
I go
mainland without
unleash
the
Zedaar.
dress.
You can have Donovan for the next 3 days, which, or until I contact you.
Right.
And then he needs to come back to me because I need him.
So this 200 is only for 3 days, or is it for him? Because I'm writing it for him. I'm writing
It's
it
for
his
him
mortal
for as long
soul.
as I give it to you for. Capiche?
Well, I'll take him for 3 days, and then afterwards, we'll work out a price.
And this whole time, Donovan's been going. I really don't think you should do that. I mean, but it's like trying to protest the entire time.
I and neither is my
No,
paying attention to
neither
him.
of you have paid attention to
No,
him. But
his opinion doesn't matter. here.
Donovan is now in your service.
Good. I built this character with a retainer. God damn it! I'm going to cav one. It's a retainer.
You just hired the rabbit. Okay, love it.
Yes.
Love
Well, no, the retainer doesn't get paid. No. You don't understand.
No,
he doesn't get
no.
paid.
You
Yeah.
paid
Or
for
is he
him.
the squire or is he one of the other ones?
No, the squire. No, the squire. None of them get paid. He's just a retainer. He's just going to carry my meals and
Okay.
various
So
other things.
you've gained
Menial
Donovan
labor.
as a follower.
as a follower
the
until I
next couple of
receive my
days.
other ones. Yes.
Okay. But yes. So, do you have any more questions for me?
We'll await your word.
Good. Right, if you don't mind.
Who do we bring this box to in the singing dagger in?
Oh, the innkeeper, Greer.
Okay.
Spelled G-E... sorry, G-R-E-R.
Greer? Greery?
Greer.
Grab.
Greer. Greer. Greer.
It's not a name, that's a sound effect.
Okay. I guess we will see you soon then.
No worries. Okay, so you amble back down the side of the boat onto the rowboat and row back to shore. You've been given the task of going to the Singing Dagger Inn, and yeah, what would you all like to do?
In the boat, I'm just staring intently at Scumbag, who I'm
On
only
the-
referring to as Scumbag.
On the way back through the boat, if Ruby would actually like to get between them and just stare at Darius for a moment.
Love that. Okay, the whole time, like Scumbag is like looking off to the side, looking at the water, kind of splashing in the rowboat. Not really. It's just rocking ever so slightly.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I would rather just go straight there.
Yeah, I agree.
I want to get off this fucking boat.
What's wrong
Can
with
we
the boat?
Can I scan
alive.
the skyline and see if there's anything that looks remotely like a big crab moving along it?
Give me a perception check.
The boat is not the problem. The problem is the water around the boat. I do not like the water. I wish to be off this boat and off the water.
9.
And back on
A
land.
9. You don't see anything, unfortunately.
There's only one
I
thing.
will find you, crab. I
Yeah,
will find you.
fly.
The air I will be okay with. I just do not like the water.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
water is just air that you can't breathe in.
That's just that is the problem. I liked breathing. Breathing is something I enjoy doing very much. I wish to continue doing it, and I do not like the water. Can we get off the boat right now, please?
I turn the boat slightly away from the coast so it takes a bit longer.
sure.
That seems very.
You're an asshole.
Actually, give me a slight hand just to make sure you do that without anyone seeing.
I don't
can
because
I
I am
also
I am
see-
staring
don't
down
try
at
to
the
hide
boat.
this. Like
Oh,
it's
okay,
clear
sure.
Step is loving
No,
light
that's fine
on the
then.
boat right now.
Before we get
I
too
for sure
far,
don't see it at all because I'm staring at my feet. I am not looking anywhere else.
Before we get too far, Reynard, we are all stuck in an absolutely shit situation. One I intend to get out of. So let me make this very clear. Your antics are borderline putting us on insanity levels where we might die. So I'm going to promise you this. If you, in your delirium-addled mind, keep screwing us over, before we die, I will kill you.
We got our money. We completed a job. We have a servant. I see no downside here.
That's because you're an idiot.
Keep that in mind the next time you start threatening to ply people's fingers off.
I mean, he did try to attempt to, threaten to hurt
I
me
didn't
as
do
well.
that. That was her.
That is who I'm talking to.
I
Oh, I'm
actually
sorry.
don't know who you're talking about, but you
Shut
also.
up, scumbag.
Okay.
Well, this is an adventurous boat ride.
And with that, you
Can
guys
just be
progress.
quiet the whole way
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
to that
With the sort of awkward silence, you make it back to the shores of the rat runs. You harbour up and you climb back ashore.
I just want to say, I'm like humming a little shanty as we're going, like completely oblivious to the awkwardness.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, you loved that. The ability to get back out on the water, really spoke to your roots. Brawn actually was kind of excited, but he gets up and he's just like, I still believe that the sky is better than the water, and continues.
Abron, I agree. And with that, I'm going to climb up on your shoulder.
Sure.
Brawn
I think
Is
he's
that Braun's first words?
he picks
No,
that.
No,
up
he's
and
been
goes,
talking the whole
He's been-
time.
Oh,
Downright
Okay.
talkative.
Yeah, can't shut him up.
He can't shut him up. I was gonna say.
Has an existential crisis about not hearing talking.
Is his voice like is it like that sound only young people can hear? Raccoons can't hear Brawn talk.
It's just out of my hearing range.
I must admit,
Fairly, man, I cannot speak at all.
I was really tempted to make Brawn not able to speak Common.
Yeah, that would have been a lot harder for me because I can't speak German.
Force Midge just to learn German for D&D.
The thing is, I'd give it a good go.
Auf Nederland, as you will. Ik kan dat ook spreken.
Just use Google Translate.
Or use the
and then horribly
voice.
mispronounce it.
Can I get like Microsoft Sam to speak German? That would have been perfect.
Yes, I do believe you can.
I think you can, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, but yes, you make it back to shore. Where are you going?
Donovan, I believe you need to show us now where the singing dagger is.
Oh, yeah, well,
You don't know where it is, do you?
No, I do. It's in the Clay Market, but, the boss isn't on the greatest of terms with some of the people there.
Sounds perfect. We don't work for your boss.
No, he works for us.
Yeah, which is...
Publicly.
Yep.
Publicly,
Yeah.
he works for us.
Only you work for your boss.
Well, exactly, and I don't really fancy getting in harm's way.
We know.
Donovan's voice is getting crazier at the point.
I think that's entirely in character.
Like one step away from just going into a brogue.
Yeah. Well, yes, the Clay Market is kind of split between the arch rivals of Blackjack's gang and the guards. It's one of the only portions of the city that they still control. But I'm sure I'll be fine.
I'm sure you will.
No.
I have no worries about your safety.
He can walk at the back of the line just so people won't look at you too much. Like, it's alright.
No, as my retainer, he must be right next to me at all times, and I'll be at the front of the line.
Okay.
Perfect.
Well, he begins to lead you. He takes you across. You're walking for a good 20 minutes. You go through a corner of the shadow side, and you reach the main bridge that connects these the two major islands. And this main bridge it's like a bridge in Venice, where the bridge has what's it called? Houses and shops along it, but the center of the bridge seems to be on some sort of mechanical system and can raise and lower if large ships come through. Zep, that really takes your interest as you see the mechanisms, and you look to see what's causing it. Is it steam? Is it water powered? And then you look, and no, there are people essentially pushing a sort of anchor system round under orders. Yeah, very much so. But you cross, and then you onto the northern island, and then from the northern island, you head into the first. You head into Watchside, and then down into the Clay Markets. The Clay Markets, as you can see, this is a lot cleaner. As soon as you hit this side of the island as well, so much cleaner. And Clay Market has a lot of, not just sort of sheep. I'm sorry.
Well, it's the only place they can survive.
Clay Market has a lot of sort of warehouse marketplace. I don't know if you've ever seen like Grand Fisheries or anything like that. The sort of large open forum marketplaces where ships are coming to shore and selling their goods and wares. The buildings are a lot more spaced out. There's a lot more stonework and a lot more wide open streets with a lot of access in the with waterways and canals. But yes, welcome to the clay markets. Slightly more classy district. You take a look, and especially the area that seemed to be patrolled by the guards, who you now see quite a few of. You see them in there. They seem to be marked by a tunic or a Wayan frock of green and white with a red symbol in the center of a water horse kind of creature.
Donovan, I'm going to ask this because it seems like a redundant question, but I feel I must know. Are these just another gang, or is this actually the sponsored guard force for the city of Retbury?
Well, no, and yes, and well, kind of both. The guards are a guard, and their leader is the commissioner of the area, but they're just as corrupt as anyone else. So yes and no.
Good to know.
I think I should probably change my disguise to be a little bit more higher status if we're pretending to be nobles.
I would be not pretending to be nobles. Some of you are actually nobles.
I am a noble, but I do not wish to show my tiefling features to the standard run-of-the-mill people here.
But you do have a human noble in your party.
Also true.
And a knight. And a merchant guildsman.
I am simply a man of God. I don't know what God, but a God. Well,
I do not believe you are a man.
I don't believe you're a man.
I don't believe that either. I am a tiefling.
Yeah, then why aren't you openly a tiefling?
Look at this place. Do you see many of my kind around?
Do you see many of my kind around?
My kind is cute, and people do not wish to kill cute things.
I'm pretty sure I just walked someone wearing a fur jacket. Are you sure? That's probably my Uncle Jerry.
Oh, that's a good point, because Darius's cloak is lined with fur. It's like actual fur.
However, I would say that
Does
it
that
would
make
be a
it-
really weird turn of events if Darius's was raccoon fur lined.
No, it's not raccoon fur, but I don't know how that makes Kifis feel. So-
As long as it's not me.
While I
not
was
wearing a raccoon
on the
skin
boat,
cap.
I will have changed my disguise self to be basically just look like myself, but my hair is now darker and no horns, no tail.
Sure.
But otherwise, I look like me.
Lovely, that's fine. So, you enter the clay markets. There's lots of things there's lots and lots of stuff being sold, and you actually start to see things that look like normal shops. It's another bonus, which I haven't really seen normal places of business so far, really, through the city. It's a lot of, except for Pinatucci's, there's been a lot of things which are just like, this is a shambled shack with a bit of paint on the door. These are actual shops with signage, and it looks more like a city that you are kind of used to. And it's not long before you come across the Singing Dagger Inn. It's a 3-story building with a slate tile roof, and it has a hanging sign in the shape of three daggers hanging in front of the door, and it's you hear the sounds of music in the interior.
As they get warmed up, they're just getting warmed up.
The
Big
goat-
wind up.
The goat sound, yeah.
You guys
You
go
hear the
in.
sounds of music.
We will go in, yes.
It sounds like they have fresh lamb.
Very fresh. Is it one of those places where you kill your own meal?
Yeah, they have an aquarium with crab in it.
Family of yours?
It's the singing dagger and petting zoo.
But you walk in and you see kind of your classic sort of inn. Except there's sort of dried hops hanging from the beams of the ceiling. There seems to be a stone hearth in the center. There's no particular bar, but there's a lot of tables arrayed around. And then there's a sort of patched out area where the floor has been removed and it's the floor has been replaced with sand. And then there's like a wooden sort of setup with a target board where you see people throwing daggers. At a sort of dartboard kind of setup. But other than that, it's a relatively normal inn. There seems to be someone in the corner, like on a slightly raised area, playing a lute. And then there seems to be at the back a set of stairs and also like swinging doors into what looks to be a kitchen sort of back room area. And there seems to be patrons and barmaids intermingling, bar people. Because they're of both genders, or all genders, or any genders. Genders, they exist. And they're just there's people serving. There seems to be also in the sort of above the hearth, there seems to be a pig roasting on a spit. And, yeah, comfy chairs, tables.
So let me just get this right. Is the pig on the spit, or is the pig turning the spit?
Pig is on the
I
spit.
like them.
Apple in the mouth.
Because in this setting, it's helpful to clarify.
Yeah.
Yep, it is. It's very helpful to clarify and repeat jokes that don't exist anymore.
So this is the first time it was said. Therefore, his
So it's
much
actually
more
totally
funny.
original, yeah.
There is
I
a
like your
nail
original
in the
joke.
coffin every time. It's only because there was a rat man and then there was a rat being cooked
Wait.
on a spit. You guys get the reference now. There we go.
Is it a nail in a coffin or a nail in a casket?
I both
the cast
love,
sealed the
adore, and
latch.
hate all of you.
1.5 sessions and we've already got memes going. Y'all,
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
it.
Ah.
It's the best group. Best group. Best timeline.
So I guess we find a table to sit at.
I do not know about you,
Scumbag,
but
find us a table.
I cannot be bothered to walk around with this muck on me anymore. I am going to retire to my room for a few minutes and clean up.
Before we break up, we're going to split the money evenly between us all, correct?
I will trust that of the 6 of us, not one of you, at least one of you will tell me the truth of what I am owed.
All right.
So he's only owed half of what we were going to give him anyway, right? So just give him 1/4. He won't know.
I am still here.
I also think
I
you are
have
not
not
very
left
good
yet.
at math.
I'm just say it to you.
You have just offered to give him a 1/4 when he's owed a 1/6. So I think perhaps you do not understand math very well.
Look at me. Do you think I understand rocks?
So I think you should get an 1/8.
So,
10.
at the mention of retire to your room, you didn't see it before, but behind you as you've entered, there seems to be a large armchair, and standing up from it is a tall, sort of slender, thin man. Seems to be of half-elfin descent. He's in sort of a fine black tunic and black trousers, and he's got very sort of crisp white hair, probably from his sort of Fey lineage. And he looks to you guys, and then slight stubble. And he turns to you and he goes, I don't quite know who you are, but you apparently have rooms here. Are you the friends of Mr. Blackjack that I might be expecting?
Friends is a strong word. We pay
Strong
him.
word.
Oh, yes, you pay him, correct. Well, I believe you have a package for me. I'm Greer Kurth. I run this fine establishment.
I pass over the box that he is supposed to take from us.
Thank you very much. This payment was owed to me for quite some time. Now, Brunhilde here will find you the keys to your rooms. They'll be upstairs. on the 3rd floor for yourselves. But feel free to enjoy the fruits of my establishment. The main bar is through that door, but if you sit at a table, one of the servers will take your order, should you want, or you could go up to the bar. And if there's anything I can do, please let me know. And final thing, no trouble, or I will split your head from your neck. And he goes back and sits back down in his armchair.
All things considered, fairly warm welcome compared to some places I've been.
I've had warmer.
I can
Also
still
drink at
hear you
least.
all.
Do you have baths in this establishment?
Yes, actually, the rooms we provided with you to help meet your cover as a group of nobles, although some of you seem to be, there is a bath provided with the room. There are better rooms, shall we say, of the establishment.
Good. Brunhilde, you said? Where will I find her?
Yeah, you see a rosy-cheeked, sort of strawberry blonde lady approach with a tray in one hand. He says, "Well, can I get you guys anything?"
Yes, I need to know where my room is, and then I need you to bring me a brush.
Okay. Would you like it brought to your room? I believe you're in the one of the top floor suites. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I
we
wish
can-
to go
we can do
too.
that. Okay.
I do not wish to have this stink upon me for a moment longer.
You guys have each brought a key to a room. They even bring one separate for Brawn. Don't know if that's how you want to set up the arrangement, but you are all given a key to a room. And
That's up to Braun. It's his choice.
I will stay vigilant in your room.
It will be a pleasure to have you there, my friend.
That can't not be awkward.
It's only awkward till you're used to it, and then you kind of miss it when it's gone.
It's just like that scene in like the prequels where R2-D2's just in Padme's room, just monitoring things.
Yes, that is the most awkward thing about those movies, for sure.
Well, let's be
Imagine,
honest.
I imagine it's probably comforting when Braun wakes up in the middle of the night and Braun is like, "It is safe," and you're like, "Oh, good, I can go back to sleep."
It's like
Morning,
walking,
Jack.
talking alarm clock.
Okay.
Like it is 2:31 a.m. Go back to sleep.
Your abilities are ready, Master. Your abilities are ready, Master.
The moment you know that thing's bad is when he goes, "It is not safe."
Or if he doesn't reply at all.
Oh god.
There's supposed to be an ominous figure standing in the corner. Why is there not an ominous figure standing in the corner?
When
Without
your
getting
shadow
lunch.
games aren't there.
So I guess we're all gonna be cleaning ourselves in the bath to not smell
Taking
of
it, yeah.
shite.
Zedaar's gonna
claiming-
take at least an hour to scrub himself and try and clean his armor, just to get the actual full-on sewer stench out of it.
Sure.
Darius is claiming.
I'm
a table.
going to need extra towels.
Darius is claiming a table and sits down, points to Scumbag. Does he get a room key?
No.
No. Okay, that's what I thought. Good. See, this.
Darius, give me a perception check.
Sure. '21.
Can you not roll low?
As you go towards a free table that Scumbag kind of points out, you spy at the back of the room, in a table next to the knife throwing area, you see 3 people you recognize. It's your retainers.
Okay. All right. So internally, Darius is relieved the fact that in the back of his mind, he realized almost immediately that Blackjack could have just easily completely lied to him about not killing anybody, and that that they were most likely dead. So relief, and then immediate chastisement comes across his mind as he goes, "Why didn't they sacrifice themselves for me? Their job is to protect me." So it's just to double check here. Of the retainers there, that is all three. That's Patrick, Drake, and Marjorie are all there. Marjorie, my squire, and then
Patrick, Drake,
Patrick and Drake, the
Marjorie.
retainers. Okay, yeah. I immediately beeline over towards them. What are they doing? Do they look like they're reveling in?
No, they don't look overly happy. They've got a drink, and Patrick's got some. He's got some like crackling that he's kind of trying to chew on.
The retainer's not supposed to have any drinks. No, that's a mark against them. I walk up to them. How long does it take them to realize?
You're standing at the table, and they still haven't realized.
Okay.
Is Darius now a ghost? Has it spread?
Ruby's basically doing right now is the Michael Jackson popcorn meme. Just, oh yeah, this is gonna be good.
Darius waits, gives it a good 10 count, and then clears his throat.
On about
very
the 7
loudly.
count, Marjorie looks up and goes, "Oh my God, sir, it's you! I didn't think we'd ever see you again, guys." And they all sort of look round and like, "Oh yeah, hey, sir, hey, how's things going?" And the other one's just like, I don't know where that accent was. Okay, Captain.
One, I'm not a captain. That's the wrong. That's the wrong affectation.
You've given me nothing on these people, Roach.
I've given you names, first and last. That's all you need. That's more than a lot of you fuckers gave me in my games.
I gave you pages upon pages of backstory. Thank you very
Laughs in knowing a DM.
I've had to come up with an entire family tree for fucking Sesh. She's all. Then they're all. They all got to be a 30-syllable name. It's fucking ridiculous. And all you fuckers just start messaging people thousands of miles away, and I'm gonna come up with an accent on the spot. And remember it 2 months later.
It's all good.
Yeah. I don't want to fucking hear it, man. This is my revenge.
Revenge of the TM.
Yeah. I've been GMing for Mitch for almost 3 years.
Get 4 DMs together in a party, they said. It'd be a great idea, they said.
2 months later, strangling each other on the table.
No.
So this whole time, they've been reveling in me. I'm just like doing the stare. And Scumbag, I want right next to me while this is happening.
He's looked at you and joined in with the stare.
There's not a whole lot happening behind his eyes.
Who's the shitty rabbit?
Well, that would be my new retainer, as I thought, since I was captured against my will and taken far away from the road inn we were at, that you were dead.
Nope, we're pretty much alive.
Marjorie, have anything to say about that?
Nope.
No. Smart. Patrick, Drake, pour out the drinks. You know the rules.
They put the drinks into the center of the table and kind of slump into their hands.
Right. All right. Scumbag, my retainers, scumbag.
Hi,
He has a
scumbag.
name, but
they all kind of
he's being
go, hi,
punished.
scumbag, and he goes, hey, well, my name is actually okay. Hey, everybody.
No, he's being punished. It's just scumbag. I sit down and I try and figure out what the fuck happened.
Okay. Well, they tell you. I mean, we were accosted in the night, and I keep going Scottish because of scumbag. I apologize. These people are not Scottish.
They're not. Technically, they'd be French.
I mean, you don't
that's
know
what
where
I'm
you
trying.
I mean, you don't know where you hide your serfs from.
I know Marjorie is got to be a noble woman of
Well,
some
yeah,
sort
so
to be.
She might be French, but at the same time, you know.
Oh,
they can be
baguette.
Ruby is also from a Nardothelian kingdom. The accents vary. Right, but well, we were accosted in the night. This is is it Drake?
Yes, of course.
He's the one with the West Country accent. We were accosted in the
Always
night,
has.
and we were. I was hit over the back of the head. Marjorie took one to the chin, and Patrick hit. What happened to you again, Patrick? Well, I was on the shitter, and they kind of strangled me. Yeah. Well, that happened to Patrick, and next thing we know, we woke up in a dockyard about that way. I've gone Scottish again. I'm gonna be going Scottish a lot tonight, I think.
It's gonna
It's
happen.
just gonna happen.
It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen.
I don't know what the fuck Darius' accent is. I go everywhere with it.
I do not
So-
know really what.
All
Petit
right.
le pied.
What else to say? Marjorie says.
All right. So, punishment for this, for not defending. Well, to be fair, Patrick Drake, you're not expected to defend me. Marjorie, you are. So, punishment. Patrick Drake. One of you got strangled on the shitter. I think you've been punished enough. I think that shame's not gonna wash away, and that. Marjorie, have you been keeping up on your training?
I've been trying.
Right, we're gonna double those training hours for the next 2 months. All right, good to know. Do you have rooms here?
Yes, we're set up on the second floor. I've gone German now with this person. I'll find it. I'll find it. I'll get there.
You'll
From
reach it,
Alsace
you'll
Lorraine.
latch on, and it'll hold.
Alsace Lorraine, from an area where the Celts and the Fionian cultures mix.
Yeah. Okay. Is he sharing one room amongst all you? So, well, I'm assuming. Either way, you're sharing with Scumbag now. He's going to share with you. I'm going to get a drink, and I'm going to start throwing daggers for money.
Okay. Ruby,
I'm
in this
assuming
time,
there's a betting market.
what have you been up to?
Ruby's probably gone to the bar to just have something fruity. A drink.
Sure. Yeah, there's various wines, but there's also some local well, not local, but there's some imported ciders and some things like that.
Yeah, she'll just she's minding her bit, listening to the world around her, try to wind and unpack the events of the day and figure out
Sure.
what's next. She doesn't. She does not the type of person who likes to sit and wait.
Yeah, no, sure thing. A good wine will set you back 5 copper. So,
Fine.
Oh, how much does my drink cost? So I can mark that down.
what do you just have a standard ale?
Just standard ale, or whatever Patrick and Drake are having, we're having, but I'm not going to drink from their cups.
the standard ale. It's like a 3 copper. It's not.
Got it.
Unless you're going into
I
the
will have
classier
to say-
spirit stuff. Yeah, sure thing. Apparently the stream's having a few issues right now, so I'm gonna say we go to our break now, and I'll see if I can fix those. So guys, we're gonna go to a midpoint break here. Use this time to go to the bathroom if you need to, get hydrated. We're gonna do the same, and we'll be right back.
999.
Great.
And we're back. Welcome back. So last time, if you didn't catch the first half, welcome back everybody. Also, we left off with the party entering a far better establishment than any they'd seen so far. The Singing Dagger Tavern, where they were met the proprietor of the establishment and set themselves up with rooms. Darius was just reintroduced to his retainers, and we left off as the party decided to collect their thoughts of the previous days and of what they're going to do next. So, party, what are we doing?
How much gold was in the bag?
That's what I was about to ask. While I'm in my room, I'm going to count the gold.
Sure.
You're all
find-
obsessed with money.
You find 300 gold pieces in the bag.
All right.
Do we want to, because the party sheet, which it has a unified coin section, do we want to have a 7-way split so that one of those portions just goes into a party fund for everything, and then we all get a little bit?
Split
Well,
in 307 ways is just going to annoy me.
Well, what
Well,
you do is you could take half, divided amongst the 6 players, and the other half goes to the party fund.
Good.
I think that's smart.
But
So
right
that'd be
now,
100
do we even
100
recognize ourselves as a party at this point?
I'd like
Well,
to think so.
Hey guys, are we a party? I believe
Over
we
the
are.
table, yes, we are a party.
I would say at this point, there's enough time has been that people have been able to clean up, and you guys have began to gather back into the.
So that is 200
town.
gold.
What was it, 200 or 300 gold pieces?
300.
Are you
No,
asking
no,
the
I-
DM or
I-
are you asking in character?
I was asking the DM because I was trying to divide
There
it.
was 300, and you also found another 30 in the wreckage. So there's 330. But Valmyr has just told you that there was 200 gold pieces.
You know, I was joking, but sure, let's go with it. It's canon now.
No. No.
As a man of God, I really like money. Give me the money.
There's 300 gold in the sack that we were given.
Okay, so
So splitting that 6 ways. Zeb, does Brawn need his own payment, or does that go with you, or what is the deal with the Brawn?
I look to Brawn. Brawn.
I am person much as you, Foley man, and not human, but thinks he's human man.
Is that just an
That's what he
insult?
says.
There you go.
Okay, so we
Well, there's one like
split this plus the 30 gold that you found in the.
So we
the
could do
wreckage.
this. We could split it 8 ways, with one of those going to the party fund and the rest going to all of us. Because of that, with Brawn, that'll be 7 people get it, and then there's 1 extra, and that way we each get a little bit more.
So, just to clarify what I think Roach is trying to say is, when we play, we had it worked out with our party that we have a little portion that we say stays sort of in the party sheet, which is for if as a group you need to buy something, for example.
It's the party funds.
I agree with that. It
I agree.
creates less drama around it. If something really needs to be brought, like healing,
Yeah.
it makes sense.
For reference, if that is the case, 330 gold pieces split.
It would be
8
80 gold
ways.
to each of us with 10 left over.
Well,
Or we could split it. We could split it 10
That'd
ways
be
and have 3
41.25.
portions go to party.
Well, I'm saying if we do it 8 ways, because Brawn wants a cut, so Brain and Brawn both get a cut. That means 2. So
That means there's 7 of us.
7 plus the 8th being the party, and an 8-way split of 330 is 41.
41.25.
Yeah, so it'd be 41 gold pieces.
Or
and...
yeah, but 41.25 is very difficult to split out. So how about
No,
we
it isn't.
do a 9-way split, because 330 and 9.
This is why I said just split it 4 ways. Or sorry, each person gets 40 gold, and then the extra cut goes back in, so the party fund has 50 gold pieces.
So
Yeah,
we just
that
take
works
40
for
from
me.
the pot, because then it's all even between us all. 40, whatever's left over, it's in the pot equals up to a whole number. I'm pretty sure. I'm not doing math. I suck math. But
Zedaar
yeah.
has done the math. It is 40 to each of us and 50 to the pot.
Okay, thank you, calculator.
I will portion out that. Who holds the pot?
Well, no, the pot.
I'm going to
Midge
give
can-
to each of the members 40 gold, and I'm going to give 90 to Zedaar because I trust him more than I trust anyone else to hold the money. So, if
Ruby
you are
looks
okay with
mildly
this,
offended by that.
he is a cleric. He is a man of God. It makes sense.
You know I'm not.
Zedaar, would you
Why
hold
true? I'm a man of
party
God.
funds?
Bit of
I'm
punching god.
On the honor of Bahamut, it shall be safe in my hands.
Thank you.
Well, hold up. How do you know I'm not a woman of God? Just
I did not see any holy
Just looks
symbol.
at you.
Oh,
No.
I recognize the symbol he has around his neck. I do not recognize any symbol you hold.
You also threatened to torture him in front of us all.
I'm okay with
actually
that part.
do it.
I'm okay with that the threatening part. That doesn't actually bother me at all.
I do think the GM has to edit the party funds themselves. So
Yeah, I
whatever-
can't change what's in the party sheet.
So I'm waiting
just
for you guys
tell
to
him.
confirm. Yeah.
So 90 in there.
You want
Believe
90
in
there.
something.
Lovely.
So,
You
okay,
take
so
5 rations
Well,
off.
well
me.
you no,
Sorry,
it's
no,
all
50 in there, 50 in there. She gave me 90 total, but it's 50 in there. My apologies.
yeah.
Just
Just wanted
in,
that was
in,
fine.
in role play, Zedaar will be the one to hold the money, I guess.
Fine.
Sure.
Works.
Remember, if Zedaar goes down, loot him first.
If Zedaar goes down, we are possibly fucked.
It is
and-
because of all of us, I am the one who must be kept the safest, because it is on my life that you all continue to survive.
White mage down.
And yeah, Midge, if we need to take portion, I think actually no. If you drag and drop Zep the rations into your, it
Didn't
takes
work,
one at a
I tried that.
time.
It does take one at a time.
Yeah, you have to drag and drop from the dragon, the red
Yeah.
dragon.
You drank the dragon.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the red dragon is the interactable part. And it'll say in the chat once you drag it. Yeah, there you go. So that's how you do it.
I
Well,
believe
for a lot of
there is a
things,
way
it's
to grab a few of them.
I got it. It's fine.
It's got to be like a controller shift or something like that, or not, because it's labyrinthine in its coding.
So we have been paid for our job, and now we must make a decision of what we are going to do next. We have suggested that we should survey the city and get a feel for everything here. Maybe even seek out work for the other organizations.
I think perhaps we should stay here the night before we go elsewhere. I do not know about the rest of you, but I'm not feeling entirely myself. I need a rest.
There's a chance that the crab will turn up here, so I want to stay here for at least a night. I am up to my crab.
There's a slim chance. I don't know what it is, but there is a slim chance.
The chance is higher than
Not-
0. So I'm
We're
happy.
not keeping that crab.
Technically, it is higher than
crab.
0.
We already have a
What is
companion.
the drop rate on a crab mount?
We already have a companion at home. It looks to the rabbit, the shit-covered rabbit.
Can I call over Brunhilde?
Yes, you can. You give a wave and she comes on over.
Can I possibly trouble you for an ale? And just curiosity, do you serve crab here?
I will go you, mate.
We
Hand-to-hand combat right now.
Crab, but I can get you an ale.
I'll take the ale then, okay.
She brings you an ale. There's 4 copper for that. But yes, it's getting into the much later into the evening now. So if you wanted to stay the night,
Was I
that's
there
perfect.
for any of this? I was basically doing darts with daggers this whole time.
Yeah, no,
It was,
you don't have to have been if you don't want to have rejoined the party once you saw all of them sat round a table.
I
I've
also
been
want to
with
grab a
them.
meal.
I've been there with them for more than a day.
Ruby is spending her time drinking, having dinner, I guess, and writing into her journal.
Yeah, for Kifis, I want to just slam a piece of gold on the counter and just be like, bring me enough food. Just food.
Sure. You see one of the barkeeps. Oh, certainly, sir. And they bring you. Not only do you have essentially an endless refill of ale if you wanted it, but you get brought essentially. You're not sure what kind of fish it is, but like an entire fish on like a platter of like salad or sort of cut up. It's a big. We're talking sort of large fish cut up, and there seems to be some sort of boiled or steamed potatoes with it. It looks like a serving platter for about 4 people, but you've been brought it.
Well, guys, this is mine. I hope you're happy with yours.
Ruby seems to be paying no attention. She's just writing in her book.
Oh, I send. I've forgotten his name. The rabbit.
Scumbag.
Scumbag. God damn it. I paid for him. I should remember his name. Scumbag. I tell Scumbag, go up to my room, take a bath, full wash, get your clothes laundered, and then have a full night's sleep.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah, what'd you think was gonna happen?
And he runs off.
Don't worry,
He
he's being
darts up the
punished.
stairs.
Do I win anything? Because I'm betting, like fully.
You're trying to bet? Okay.
Yes.
Give
It's
me...
a seedy bar with the dagger toss. Somebody's betting money on it.
Yeah,
here.
people are definitely betting money, and you think actually that the betting is run by the establishment itself. Give me.
I'll say, this is a high-end bar. It's run by the establishment. They're taking a cut of those profits.
Yeah, my limit is the change I have, not a full gold piece. So I've got 6 silver, which should be like 2 weeks' wages for some of these people.
Give me a series of dexterity checks.
Okay.
Or dex attacks if you've got them. If you've got a dagger lined up.
I don't have a dagger, but I do have my hand axe, which would be the same.
Are you using
action.
Strength or because you can use strength or?
No, I have
dex.
I have a thrown. I have a thrown attack for my hand axe, and I have a strength attack.
Okay, cool.
So I'm using the throw.
So yeah, if you use the dex throw, then it's fine.
17.
Okay, give me 2 more, or 3 more. Sorry.
16. I'm going to, since I still haven't rested today and we're not doing anything, I'm going to use a superiority die for precision attack. Just added a d8 to that.
Holy shit, he finally rolled low.
10.
Okay.
Is that it? Or one more?
One more.
One more. I'm going to use another precision attack
Oh my god.
on that. 17.
You double your silver that you put in.
Got it.
There's some very angry looking, what seems to be dock foremen and
Don't care. The whole purpose
local
of this
traders.
was not to make money. It was just to prove that I was better than them.
Okay. But even so, you double your silver. So,
Good.
as the group is gathered, I think Darius finally joins you, probably. Once you start to finish your meals, if you guys, if anyone else is having just a general meal, from the meal tonight, there's 3 options. There was pork with crackling and potatoes from the spit that's going on. There's also a fish option and a vegetarian option, depending on your preference. Each one is 5 copper to buy into.
Oh, I have Patrick take 2 silver pieces up to Scumbag and tell Scumbag have himself a full meal with a good ale tonight.
Okay, he does so.
Is this fucking last
Are
rites
you
or some
gonna just
shit?
make him run in the morning or like?
Don't worry, he's being punished.
Okay.
I was gonna
Gonna give
say,
him
this
some
feels
money
like
if
the
you-
build-up before the fall.
I have
He's being punished.
definitely worked out what the punishment is, and it's the fact that he doesn't know what's going on. and that he's just buttering him up in a way that it's just like no one's ever been nice to him, and then by the end of it, he's going to be so codependent on Darius. It's going to be hilarious.
And I'm not going to need
I'm
him.
being like an addict. I need my fix.
Give
me a bath. I need a bath.
Oh my god, you just nailed it. He's establishing the codependency because in 3 days, Blackjack's going to take him away and he's not going to have Darius anymore.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And
He left us. I will leave him. Darius doesn't fuck around.
Sadistic bastard. And anyway,
I've never seen that side of evil, but that is definitely a side of evil. You can't just call that mean. That's an evil act.
Anyway,
But guys, I'm the bad one for torturing.
yeah.
Wait, torture's evil too.
I told him I made a promise I would not harm him physically.
No.
And I am staying to that truth.
Very true. So you gather up. Is there anything you want to discuss, or are you guys calling it a night?
What is our
Do we have,
long-term
like, a-
plan for this? Are we going to follow through until we get this mark off, or are we going to try and fix this ourselves when the time comes?
Can we fix it? I don't
I
know this
reckon
kind of magic.
until we
We have free time in the city. We could look into what the hell is actually going on
Yeah.
with it.
Blackjack did mention that
Oh, hold on.
the marks are expensive to maintain.
Zep was going to say something, and then also Kifis was going to say
Okay.
something.
I was just going to say the scumbag was still here, but he is in fact not here, so we can talk
Yeah.
freely.
Yes.
I was
been
gonna say, we could hunt down a mage or something while we're in the decent part of the city, and possibly get them to look at it. And if it has a time period of how long it will last before disappearing, and it has no adverse effects on us, then we could just do that. Like
I see.
realistically, like yeah.
I say this because I have a concern of if there is a time limit to this, then what does Blackjack gain by allowing us to live once we have outlived our usefulness?
I think I think it's more of a what if the time period on it like only lasts a certain amount of time, of course, then it disappears and we have no effect, like we don't die from it. So he's going to just abuse us until it finishes, or until he replaces it with something else. Like that could be a possibility.
Was there any sign of similar markings on any of his other minions?
Give me an intelligence check just to see if you can recall picking up any information about that. You saw some of those quite closely, and you don't seem to recall anything like that. This feels like something that he's very much gone out of his way to do to you guys in particular.
It would seem to me that he is trying to get us to do some work now, but if he wants to continue using us in the future, then frankly he will have to be nice to us. I cannot see him killing us. We would be too useful.
And he also gave us money. You don't give money to someone you plan to kill.
Unless you plan on getting it back.
Or, here's an idea. As somebody who does not have a good tie to the seedy underbelly of crime, but I have heard things. Could this be some form of money laundering? We're spending most of our cash in an establishment he seems to have some connection to. He's given it to us freely.
Part of the town that he does not control? I do not think so.
I don't think so.
He did tell us to get to know some of these other gangs, maybe as connections. Or maybe we're just pawns.
What do we
Either
think
way.
his grander plan is? Expansion of his gang to own all of Redbury, perhaps? I don't know.
Well, I will remind you that when we first came here, there was another figure who was watching everything. Somebody who was taking notes. I think this is not something he originated, but something that was originated through him. There is someone else that is making all the decisions here. Perhaps we are being tested by him before we are being pawned off on somebody who is more authoritative.
Getting to know more about the power structure in the town would be useful.
Yes. I am curious to see if the gangs are in something of a stalemate. Is there someone on top that is ensuring if anything is done that is not approved of, that they are punished?
It is not the legitimate authorities, that is for sure. Seeing what Scumbag said about the guards.
So I believe we have several things to look into. These marks and the limits of what they can do, and what actually controls this city.
Yeah.
Ruby, you have some working knowledge of magic, correct? Could you ascertain if these marks are limited in some form or require consistent re-upping to maintain them, or would they run out of their own volition? I wanted to confirm what our captor said, then instead of taking him for his word.
I honestly haven't thought about it yet.
I've done a little thinking on this, but my knowledge is limited. I just know that these are marks of power, which would require someone of power to implement.
I just want to know if they'll go away on their own if we.
This I do not know.
So
Don't know that
anybody who
either.
knows magic, look into that.
My knowledge of magic is quite fresh. It's
DM, is
not
there a way I
something
could
have been born
Arcana
with,
check
or-
that, or
Yeah, go for an Arcana check.
Could you get advantage with like another magic user helping if they're
If
proficient?
you want, I mean, if they're proficient, yes, but I would allow Zet on that because he's already made this check.
I am proficient in Arcana.
Then you are more than willing to, more than welcome to try and help.
all right?
I will try to help.
Well, it's better than the alternative with that roll.
I think my
So you-
+3 to that.
Oh, you get a +3?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
didn't roll an Arcana check. That's just a. You've
I
rolled a
must have
D20
missed.
there.
Yeah, it should. That should be 15.
15? Okay. With a 15, you don't get much more than what Zep pulled out. This is definitely some sort of anchoring spell or glyph or ward that has been placed upon you, and there is a sort of radii that it seems to have the knowledge that a radii does trigger its effect, and it is something that will run out. What happens when it run out, you don't know.
If this mark has a radius, surely
What are the
it is anchored to something within the town.
Yes.
There must
There-
be something within the town that we are attached to, and perhaps we could find this thing and maybe learn more about whatever this is.
Quickly, we must find a surveyor's office and find the exact physical geographical center of Ratberry, and then find an item nearby.
Why? We've got a map.
I'd like to use my navigation skill to work out what the geographical center of Ratberry would be.
Using the map, you can certainly give that a go.
I
don't
think
know.
it's the bridge.
I think maybe the bridge also.
I think would it be perfect
bridge.
dead center, or is it more of a radius that has some? Is it more of an oval radius? Because we don't actually know how the radius looks. Is it shaped like the island, but with a few meters out, or is it a perfect circle? Is it a square? We don't actually know the radius.
Even if it's a oval, though, the oval would have to the geographical center would still be the center of the oval unless it did not contain
Zep, give
the
me
land.
a tool proficiency check using your intelligence modifier.
You are
So-
making an assumption that it is in the center of town. As I will note, Blackjack said several times that it is approximately a mile from the town, that if you go into the ocean, you would start to disintegrate, which leads me to believe it could be somewhere else. There's more in some places, less in others.
You'll have to run me through how to do that.
So, okay, basically make an intelligence check plus your proficiency if you're proficient in those tools.
How do I add proficiency?
Bottom
so there's
left-hand corner, there's a modifier box. You will type in the...
Oops, I just double-clicked it. So add 2 to that, so it's 18.
Yeah. Okay, so an 18. While you can't from this map, because it's not, it's not a surveyor's map, it's not exactly detailed to every sort of parameter, it's sort of, the center does somewhat seem to line up. It could be anywhere from the lighthouse to essentially the bridge is where the center of the island chain is. Because you forget, Retbury is not just one island, it's actually 5.
It's an archipelago. I think that's the word for it.
Yeah, it's an archipelago, and then there has also been man-made structure connecting some of those islands, so it now kind of mainly looks like 4. But yes.
My instincts point towards the lighthouse, because if you're going to have anything cool like a radius, you'd put it in the cool flashy lighthouse where you have to battle through every floor.
Ruby cannot contain the rolling of her
radius
eyes.
is the coolest of mathematical stimuli.
My vote is it's somewhere in the sewers, or he tied it to something and then threw it off into the water.
My question is, what is the labyrinth?
That's a good question.
Heard of this.
It's a great movie.
He will pull up the map and just point towards the very center. There is a gang here called the Labyrinth, isolated and on an island unto itself. What is that? It seems ominous.
Yes, I also see this.
It is surrounded by the Jackal's gang territory, but it itself has been left alone. Which I believe means it may be connected to them in some way.
It could just be a geographical result of the fact that there's only 2 bridges onto the area.
Yes, but they have managed to spread into other territories across bridges. And they are surrounding it.
Would we assume that perhaps going to talk to the Labyrinth, also the Crimson Dragonflies, and also the Karmanic Syndicate would be smart? They seem to be the biggest rivals of the Jack.
Well, we could start with the people. Oh, well, we could start with the guards because we're already in their territory. So why not start with there and work our way back?
Who did it, Scumbag say the real rival was? He said this area was half owned by the guards and half by the others, so that is the Yellow Hat Gang, yeah?
We definitely passed through the Yellow Hat Gang's territory.
I was about to suggest Yellow Hat.
They are
Be
the...
another large gang.
We should probably stay clear of the Yellow Hat. It would be very prestigious for them to attack someone that was under the protection of Blackjack.
Or they may not want to start a gang war.
I have a feeling from what Scumbag was saying, they do not care about this.
Said there was tension, but
We could always ask Scumbag after he is finished with his bath.
I reckon we should also go check out Labyrinth. Now that I'm thinking about it, it sounds cool.
At the very least, I would like to look at the island proper to see what sort of state this is in. It is still in Ratsrun, technically, but I want to know what is there.
do we have to go back to Rats Run?
You're going to be traveling all over the city. At least it is friendly territory.
I'd much prefer looking at the, Castle Isle. Sounds nice.
I do think that
it does seem like a more preferable situation. I do not enjoy the smell of shit.
Staying in the night part of the Ratbury, I do think getting on the guards, working for them might be in our best interest.
That does
and then
sound
we
like
could
a
help
good
them
idea.
overthrow the Yellow Hat. That much. Or do things against the Yellow Hat to help us, because technically with them.
So, it's this point I'm going to introduce to you a little mechanic that is in play.
Burn the
with
whole
this.
city down.
So I'm trying to see if I can send you if I'm making it onto an article onto the World Anvil because I think that's actually a way for me to do this. So let me just quickly make a new article. But basically, there is we're going to be using for the gangs. I'm going to use a sort of faction opinion system. So currently you have certain standings with different gangs, and each one is going to have, if you do jobs for one, you might piss off others, etc. and the like. Different standings bring you different benefits, or will cost you properly. And I'm going to share you the table now to try and get an article.
Why the God of this is doing that. We should also work out the allegiance of our current host.
Oh, yes.
Well, that is a good question. Evidently, he has done work with the Jackal Gang, but that he is completed here does cause wonder.
Scumbag might be able to help us with that as well.
It is possible that the Jackal guards are on good terms.
So let me just I'm going to put this in our Discord. Just can get the link from that. Just in the general, that you should see a table with the current your current standings with certain gangs. I will also add the breakdown of how this works, because apparently that also hasn't transferred over to that article. So let me just.
I don't have a multi-pass.
I don't also have a multi-pass.
Multipass?
Multi-pass?
Access denied. We do not have access
Yeah.
to your resource.
Such
Crap,
a
you
great
don't have the
movie.
necessary rights to view it.
Yes.
Try again. Refresh it.
Access denied.
Loading table.
Oh, now we have it. We have it.
Yeah.
I don't.
It might have taken a second. But anyway, there's you can go. So this faction standings works on a slider from positive 200 to negative 200, and each one sort of gives you different boons and benefit. Let me just try and find. There's the
These
information.
mechanics are always my bane in RPGs.
But well, it depends. Would you guys prefer to not know which each level entails, or would you?
Yeah, tell us.
Oh, sure.
Just
We'll
work that
keep
out.
it that. But yeah, we can work. So that is your current faction standing. Currently, you are in a with the Jackals and a slightly negative one with the Yellow Hats, with neutral with everyone else.
So yeah, screw the yellow hats. Let's just burn them all. Let's use the guards to take back the city, and then we'll use the guards to become the new city.
I must say I'm a little.
The only way to bring back peace to the wastelands is to support the Endar. Let's just do that.
I would like more about each of these gangs before I choose one to support.
Which I believe is why this period has been allotted to us.
Yeah.
Why has it been allotted to us? For what purpose are we allowed to get in with other gangs?
It leads me to believe that whoever hired Blackjack to do this to us in the first place has a stake in everything going on. Again, why
But
we should
that's
find
assuming
out who they
Blackjack
are.
was hired by someone else. We still don't know. That is a definitive answer.
Are
It
we
does
even
make
sure
more
the
sense
man-
than the alternative.
I mean, the person you saw was unobserved, was there, like known by the rest, or were they all hiding from the people?
From what I saw, I was aware of them and the gang themselves. They watched them go, but they did not comment. Almost like they were keeping tabs on what was going on.
Guys watching for a moment, I'm just gonna quickly up and down the stream just because apparently we're having some issues again.
Yeah.
So
I've
I'm
noticed a
just
few
gonna try and
cheatings.
fix that. So give us 2 seconds, guys.
We'll be right back.
1,
Sorry, I have to watch.
2.
Okay, we are back. Hopefully that has fixed some of the problems, guys. Apologies for that. They're basically the recording and the so our local recording and our streaming recording had gone massively out of time with each other, and it was slowing everything down. So I've just given it all a bit of a restart. Whew. Thank you for
GM
bearing
gave
with
it a
us.
good kick.
Basically I just slapped it and we should be good now. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I'm gonna try and not touch it, but if it starts happening again, let me know. Ah, God, if I have to try and fix another recording this week, it's going to give me an aneurysm. But anyway, we left off. The party were discussing their future plans and what was happening around the table. So I will let you guys continue. Unless you had a question for me.
So I would definitely like to know what the different gangs stand for. Maybe how we can best help them. We have a certain set of skills.
Okay, Sean Connery.
Set of skills, Miss Money Penny.
I promise I wouldn't do that with my accent, but it's slipping in.
I think that I would very much prefer to be on the side of the guards for now.
I'm not sure about that. Scumbag did say that they are very, very corrupt.
As everybody else is too, but maybe the guards, they may be as corrupt as everyone, but they also have a sense of legitimacy that maybe the other gangs do not.
Asking around will help with that, but the fastest way to figure out who we want to work for may just be getting work and seeing if we want to do it or not.
While we're talking, can I take a look around and see who the shadiest character in this bar is?
Yeah,
Hi, how you doing?
This seems like a great time to ask. Can we make a perception check to see who might be listening to us right now?
Go for it. Give me a perception check.
Would any of them be my retainers, who I have not invited?
Freaking hell.
Zedaar,
Can I not roll
standing
high?
right behind Kifis with his with his hand rubbing his chin, is the proprietor of this bar, Greer. He's just been sat enjoying and listening to your conversation for a long time.
Oh shit, a ghost!
How big is this bar? And did
Pretty
we just
big.
take the? Did we just take the table right next to the proprietor's seat?
No, he's stood up and he's come and listened.
Oh, okay.
So we're all incredibly ill-perceptive.
So
How
at
did I
that
not
point,
see them? They're
Zedaar,
passive.
yeah, apparently we're just dumb. Zedaar will just look up and say, "So you've been listening the whole time. So I guess we'll just ask you directly, who is it that you work for?"
I have the benefit of working for myself. Few do in this place. I see that you've come to the quandary of what or who certain people are. I'm someone who trades in knowledge, so I can probably answer your questions.
I slam a gold coin on the table and just be like, tell us what you know. Tell us about the gangs. Stop with the fancy talk. Just tell us.
Does Kifis have a concept of how much a gold piece is worth?
No idea.
Remember,
But
Kifis
I
said
already
he was.
love the image of a raccoon pulling a gold piece out and be like, "Tell me!"
Yeah. Like, is it just...
Guys, remember, Kifis says he's 15.
Well, it's
Raccoons
equivalent
don't have
to
a long life.
27. Yeah,
Yeah,
so it's
the-
equivalent to like
the
27.
It's the match patch equivalent of that, but at the same time,
Yeah.
he's not in a world where money really means anything. Anyway,
Sorry, I didn't want to play like a middle-aged man, okay? So I was like,
yeah, it's all good. Greer puts his finger down hard enough on the corner of the coin that it flicks up and then he catches it as it spins in the air. So, any gangs in particular, or do you just want the semi-non-official rundown?
Guard.
The rundown sounds like a good starting place.
We can drill
Guard
that.
and the Fireflies are the two I care most about.
Okay. Well, give me 2 seconds. So, we'll start with the Fireflies. Fireflies, they were birthed out of the sort of Solarum quarter of the city. They have tenuous links to the Pirate Queen of the Harmon Sea. They kind of lord over the Azdaking and the Kai Tengen districts of the Lower Island, and their leader is a somewhat bloodthirsty pirate by the name of Zhao Zhe. They make their money mainly from drug dens and gambling rooms, and they also have subtle dominance over the illicit import of Far Western goods. You can tell a Crimson Dragonfly by their ruby red tattoos, which they tend to wear with pretty good pride. and the next was the Guard, I believe. Well, I'm glad you've caught on that the Guard are as much a gang as any other, but they are slowly reforming. They have a leader by the name of Roland Grimm, who wants to try and destroy the corruption of the city, but he's not going to be able to bloody do that. Whilst they act like a standard guard, they also have a little bit of side gigs, racketeering and protection money, and looking the other way when certain gangs come calling. Anyone else? Your furry friend here is paid for quite a bit of information.
Just for my notes there. Who was the individual in charge of the Crimson Dragonflies?
Zhao Zheng. ZHAO ZHENG.
Labyrinth.
The Labyrinth are a bit of a misnomer / a rumor. They technically run out of a small island, but it's more of a DMZ. Nobody goes there. Not the guards, not the gangs. Nobody really knows why, but some say that they have a hand in everything. Some say it's actually just a bit of a myth. A way that the gang leaders keep everything in check.
Any notable figures that live there?
On the Isle of the Labyrinth, yes, a lot of the gang leaders have a house on that island. Think of it as a neutral zone. I think various officials of the town also tend to keep...
What is the council?
The whom?
So, when we were on the boat with Blackjack, he mentioned the wine, or the drink, the alcohol, was for the council.
I'm guessing he meant the local council of the island.
I don't think so. I'm going to make an assumption that because all the gang leaders own a house on this one island, I reckon they're all probably in cahoots and they run this whole area, and they use the myth of the labyrinth as a way to enforce control amongst their own individual gangs, and it is a council of gangs with probably one figurehead, as we already presume to have. Like, it makes sense.
I don't think we know nearly enough to make such an assumption.
I mean, it's not a bad bet. You could tell at least your intelligence level is higher than most on the city. But for true information, you'd have to do some exploring yourself. I
have to assault the labyrinth ourselves.
You can try.
Burn it to the ground. Involve them there.
What of the Carminic Syndicate?
Carminic Syndicate are actually, less of a gang, more of an arm of the Trade Republic of the Principality of Korzak. Technically, the Principality of Korzak have trade rights with the Rhiannon Empire, which we are technically a part of, but there are some bans and embargoes on certain goods. The the Carminic Syndicate kind of get around those embargoes. They're run by Kresimir Pavlovich, also known as Red Hand. He also does a lot of the money laundering and lending for the city.
This entire city reeks of evil and decay.
Oh, you're new here. But yes, it does.
Is that a line from a Batman comic? Sounds like
No.
No, it's from the Watchmen.
Two-Face would say.
No, it's from Baldur's Gate.
Oh, I could have sworn it was a line from Rorschach.
Let's
That-
give it
yeah,
a
it
good
could have also
shake
been
and see what falls out. It's from Minsk.
What of the Yellow Hat Gang? We were told that maybe they do not have the best of ideas towards us, but we know nothing of them.
Oh,
Do they wear yellow hats?
Identified by their yellow hats, yes. They are run by well, a complete brute of a fellow by the name of Mickey Mads. Halfling, coiled like a spring, with a nose for gold.
Could have made him a rat folk.
You could have made him a rat folk. You were this close. You could have done it.
I am not. I'm not.
Wears white gloves all the time.
He's not a rat folk that runs a. I'm not having rat in a hat as a leader of a gang.
No, Mickey.
More like I want to get sued by Disney.
Yeah, it's Mickey Mads.
Yeah.
Please.
Fuck around.
This is
Right, no.
parody. Fine, nothing wrong.
Do it.
As he's
Rewrite.
stabbing you. As he's stabbing
Demand
you.
it. Yeah.
No.
He is going to be public domain soon.
But not
Yeah.
yet, right? Not yet.
He, as a
Disney will burn the world down before they let him go public domain.
And I would like to quickly take a moment to apologize to the frozen head of Walt Disney that we are doing this all in jest. Anyway.
The views of Midgeman do
father
not reflect the
Disney.
views of the rest of the council of the Companacast.
They tend to make a lot of their money racketeering and getting protection money from the trade guilds of that area. Yeah. That's the Yellow Hats. Yes, they hate the Jackals. The Jackals hate them. Both kind of expanding more so than a lot of the other gangs. There's often tension there.
And tell us more about the Jackals then, too.
The Jackals. Probably the youngest of the gangs. Originally, the slums of the Rat Run were run by many other gangs until Blackjack managed to bash their heads together and get them all into one sort of faction. He runs various brothels, clubs, fighting pits, mainly the fighting pits, as well as his import-export business. But yes, that's the Jackals. They all wear a sort of green in their clothing.
Has Blackjack always lived in the city?
I believe he was abandoned here. Like most.
With all of the gangs in the city, I would be surprised to find out there's a group of Supermen running the sewers down there.
Or crab
How?
people?
How do you mean abandoned? He was just left here, or
Orphaned
By
by
who?
here. Nobody knows. Turned up as a baby.
When did he only get the gangs in line?
About a year ago.
He definitely got help from somewhere.
The fact that he has managed to take over the most territory in the city in that time is proof of something.
Suspect.
Arguable as well, I would say, like, area-wise, the guards and the syndicate have similar sizes, because it looks like the fireflies and the jackals have intermixed territorial control along the border. So they're not the largest.
I mean, a lot of people have. It's the problem with which you don't really see with the map is territory, yes, population, no. So a lot of things with this is just out of character. For example, the Rat Runs are overcrowded in terms of population, where other areas are a bit more standard city-like. So it's not just land; it's also manpower.
Guess he probably has more people to pull from who have nothing to go towards, so it does make sense that he could grow that big if he really had the right rallying call.
The only other gangs, if you can call it that, are the Seven Crests gang. Sometimes they go by the Gentleman's Gang. They are basically, they are a group of the young elite of the city, and they basically do what they want. They are run by their leader, the Marchioness, and most of their money comes from their nobility ties and banking. And they do that and cause havoc. That's basically their job. And then we have, finally, the Nozzy, or Danozzy. They work out of
I just think it
Greenton.
works.
They work out of Greenton, and they're a greenskin-only gang. They tend to hail from a lot more of the less civilized areas of Greenskin territory, and they are run by a shaman, I believe. They want to rise up and purge the city and make it a safe haven for green folk everywhere. That's their shtick.
I think perhaps we do not help those ones.
Oh,
Yeah,
they-
last time I
those
checked, I had
ones.
fur. Not skin. Well, I have skin, just covered in fur. Don't look at me like that.
Is there anything else I can be doing for you?
Where could we find a mage?
Hi, how you doing? I'm Ruby. We met?
A mage who's really good at looking at these marks.
Do you show him one of the marks?
Yes.
Do you know anything about these?
I may have seen them before, but as for
What
mages,
happened to the people wearing that you saw before?
I believe they combusted quite heavily.
Imploded on the 7th day.
I'm resistant to fire, so that is good, I guess.
Depends on
How
the
much-
fire.
Depends on how much fire and what is too much fire.
Depends on where the fire starts.
Last time someone with that kind of mark tried to escape the island, the boat was engulfed in flame and they were with it.
Oh, have you seen anybody not try to escape the island die due to unforeseen circumstances that had this mark?
I haven't seen anyone with that mark live.
Oh,
Is that because they have
incredibly
well,
reassuring.
Yeah, we need to preface that. Is that because, one, they were killed in an action to get rid of the mark, two, they died because of something related to the Ark or unknown, or three, they all tried leaving the island due to some compulsion to leave or test the theory?
Or option 4, they were just killed in the chaos that is this island. But yes to all.
That would have worked in option 1.
Yes.
So you're saying anyone with this mark doesn't live very long?
Not generally, no.
How many people have you seen with this mark?
You'd
Is
be
it common?
surprised. It's not overly common, but it's not the first time for sure.
Only in the last year, or before then too?
Try
That was
being
the
all
count.
coy with it.
I dropped that one. I'm going to draw one on the screen.
That one's gone forever now.
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
I pull out 5 more gold pieces and slip them on the table.
I would
would've-
definitely be able to tell you. The last year,
tossing money at people. Just
I've seen at least 6 cases, not individuals. Before then,
All only in the last year, or also outside of that?
that's the last year. And then, before then, a further 10 cases.
That seems very common.
What is the most recent one before us?
Probably.
And are they still around?
Oh, Lord, no. By
You
the
inspire
Raven,
confidence.
by the Raven Queen. You're not bloody like that, no. The last people ended up in that fiery ship scenario I'd mentioned prior. About a week ago.
I do not wish to share their fate.
This is good news, though. If these marks are fairly common, then asking about them shouldn't draw too many eyes.
And Darren, I promise you, everyone that sells does not explode, okay?
If you're looking for the practitioner behind that, the castle district to the north of the clay markets here would probably be your best bet. There's not many mages openly in the city.
The people that you have seen with this mark before, have they all been under the employ of Blackjack, or are multiple gangs making use of this technique?
It's a common enough occurrence. Whilst not every gang, a few have.
Who has not?
The Hats, the Syndicate, the Crests, and the Guards.
Feel more comfortable working for the gangs that do not make use of this awful mark.
Well, we can still work for the guards.
I was almost willing to bet money you are going to say the dragonflies there.
So you're looking for work? Is that's what you're here for?
I suppose that is indeed what we have been instructed to do, is learn about the gangs here and learn about Redbury and find work with them.
Well, okay, I personally don't know of any jobs going, but I know that certain parts of the city you might come across something. There's always something to do and always people looking for something to be done around here. I would recommend maybe doing a bit of a reconnoiter of the city.
You work in the guards' territory. If you wanted to find somebody, not big honcho leader Roland, but one of his lesser lieutenants who might be looking for new help, who would we look for that?
I mean, there's a guard post at the other end of the market here. I think it's run by Guard Sergeant Ethelbert.
I think
Seems like
maybe
he's-
we should go and talk to him in the morning.
Yes. Find work, and then we can also look into the Seven Crests and see if we can't find a mage who can tell us more.
Anything else from me, or can I go about my business?
I
You
think
are
you
the
have
one who
earned your
came to
coin.
us.
You were listening into us.
But you had already said that you wanted to inquire for questions.
Well, his business is information. It only makes sense for him to listen in on us, so...
Listen to your furry friend here. He has the right idea. And with that, he walks away.
Like, I can understand. It's his job. It's no different to us having to kill people. It's just our job.
It is so unusual to meet an individual who is paid to eavesdrop.
Yeah, and
You haven't met as many interesting people as I have, then.
That
And I
was
haven't met
kind-
that many people.
That was kind of my task. Where
Can
I'm from, I was paid to eavesdrop, so it is not as uncommon as you may think.
can
Just
I
keep in,
recommend that we depart to one of our rooms? There are less ears there.
I
Just-
would agree with that.
just keep in mind the next time somebody
No,
asks a question about us, he might be the same amount of forgiving.
They might have something in our rooms as they knew we were going to stay there.
Then let's go to the pizza place.
No, I have
No.
a place.
That's like on the opposite side of this city.
No.
That is a good.
I have a room we can go to they wouldn't expect us to go into. And I
You're-
take the keys to my retinue's room.
You are telling us that
Go for it, yeah,
they
sure.
would not expect us to be in your retinue's room.
They had
Who do
no
you think
idea
put your
that I
retinue
would
here?
notice they were there. They would.
Hold
they
on.
had
What
no
do they
idea.
actually get for spying on us? What do they actually get?
Our
Well,
plan.
for a start, if
And what's our plan?
well, that
We
is
don't
That is
know
what
yet.
we are going to find out.
Exactly.
Faye.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna plan.
They
I
keep
can't-
tabs on us, they know what we're up to.
Well, okay, they're a free market, essentially. So, right now, we're in a free establishment, essentially, because it's free of the gang leadership, it's free of other motives other than self-preservation. So, I
Yeah.
don't think many people are going to give a fuck about what we're doing right now.
I
I
think they would. I think they would very much like.
I
to
think
know
we're
what free
overthinking
agents-
this.
I think they would love to know what free agents will do in this city.
Well, what do we really have to plan anyway? We basically need to choose where we want to go, as we are in the guards' territory. I suggest perhaps we go and speak to this Sergeant Ethelbert in the morning. Until then, I would love very much to have some sleep.
Well, I'm saying we need to work out where our limits are, who we're comfortable working with or against in the city, so that we can limit our potential problems later on. If we get a job from the guards to go ahead and to do something against the Yellow Hat gang, I'm okay with that, since the Yellow Hat gang doesn't like the gang that we're somewhat affiliated with down in Jackals. But if they have us do something against the Jackals or something like that, we need to work out our limits. Where in the web, where in the Venn diagram of this screwed up city we're operating within?
Well, we've already established that we do not want to work with the Denaji, the Greenskins, who are just bent on tearing this place apart and making a new...
I'm not against it. Honestly, this place is kind of screwed up as it is.
Last
They
time I
seem
checked
like
your
green
skin
skins to
color,
premises.
I don't think your screen's I don't think you're green enough. Sorry.
I can make
My
myself green, but I do not
My
think
family
the
has
accent will
traded
pass.
with greenskins before. And the what's that country?
Not all
Midge?
greenskins are the
The
same.
country-
These
What's that
greenskins
country? The trading country? Muscovy?
apparently believe in
Principality of
greenskin
Kozak.
supremacy.
Yeah, Principality of Kozak. We've worked there before. There's greenskins there. They have
There's-
the primary.
There's
the
a difference between working with them and helping them take over a city only for them.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, compared to somebody like, is it really that? Is
Yes.
forcing? Yeah,
I think if we put it, if we were to put it to a vote, I do believe you will be outvoted here. We can, if you wish.
I don't think it's as bad as you do. I think that it's that is a pretty defined foreign policy, which I don't think any of these other.
Wouldn't that
gangs
fall
have.
into genocide if we help
I
the
don't
green?
think there has been no indication they're going to kill everyone on the island. I want to point that out. We haven't gone through that. We haven't worked.
He said that
Greer
their goal...
literally used the word purge. What do you think
to
the
create
word
an
purge
island for
means?
only greenskins.
Like you can try, but like I
I'm
don't
just
think.
saying
I think
we shouldn't block them out, because it could be useful in the future to use them.
At
Okay,
this
how about
point,
this?
I
You can
believe
go
that
to
if the
them
guard
and we will
wants us to
watch.
kill the Danoji, I would think that would be a public service.
I'm not against doing work against them. I'm saying is we shouldn't completely block out.
We
any
put
doing
them
work
at the
for
bottom of the list for now. If someone else turns out to be worse, they go
Oh no,
under
the bottom of the
them.
list is the Yellow Hat gang, because I
No,
think they're.
no,
I
no.
don't want to work with them.
I think the
the yellow
one
hat
who
is
wants to
above
kill
them.
everyone but. This sounds really bad, no matter how I put it.
I do not wish to work with a gang that wishes to purge innocent people purely for their own right. No, I refuse.
Yeah,
it is off the
don't-
table. It
I
is
don't
not at
vibe
the bottom
with
of the list. It is off
We're
the
not
table.
going out of our way to kill them off. We're just not going to help them
Yes.
accomplish their goals.
Precisely.
There's a difference.
If they're working against an
Unless we are
the
paid
enemy
to
of my
kill
enemy,
them off, then I'm okay.
the
with
enemy of my enemy can be my friend if they are going to do something against
No,
an
this
individual
is
that we don't
the
like.
enemy of all our enemies who also want to kill us. And I don't think we should take their side in any situation.
All right, we have discussed the Naji. We need to think of the others. I do not want anything to do with the Crimson Dragonflies.
that. Let me remember what they're up to.
Their
They like
primary source
drugs
of
and
income were
gambling.
gambling dens and drugs.
Yeah, like gambling dens are okay. I vibe with that. I don't mind.
Darius was just
Right?
gambling but a moment
Not
ago.
so much.
I was legally gambling. I was legally gambling inside an establishment.
Yeah,
I have been
I do not
told
know the
they are,
laws of this place.
they are a gang that fosters addiction as a form of profit, and I cannot stand for that.
To be fair, I want to point
we're
out,
in a
because I think I'm getting
bar.
painted bad here. I don't support any of these gangs, and I would rather not play their empire game. I support the law, and given the fact there is no law, it's very.
Just as a point, you have been specifically told that the leader of the guard is trying to get rid of corruption.
That's why I'm only here for the
Okay,
guard.
the
I'm
leader of
only
the guard
comfortable working for the guard
probably
morally.
I reckon that dude's going to get targeted heavily by every gang. Because you don't just be a public standpoint of, I'm going to free this city of gangs and corruption without putting a massive red target on your back.
Including members of his own organization, I should point out. If the
Yeah.
rest of them are just as corrupt, then
So,
it would serve
if
the
we-
reason he has a bullseye on his back quite large.
Yeah, if we're going to join them, we gotta make sure that our back doesn't also have a massive red target on it.
I'm
By
not
the way,
talking
I'm
about
assuming
joining
we're in-
any of them, but
I'm
doing the
assuming we're
odd
in-
job for them, I'm okay with.
I'm assuming we are in my retinue's room at this point.
No,
while
you
we're
never
making
left the
this argument.
table.
I said I took the key, and
Yeah.
I was there for this
And
exact
then
purpose.
nobody else left. Yeah, I'm kind of with Midge on this one. Everyone's like, no, we don't need to go.
I was trying to get us there.
Zedaar doesn't care where we have this conversation because at this point, this is out there. We're trying to put what we're doing out there. This information isn't not bad information.
I would also like to highlight the message that Brawn sent, which was actually Zep. Like, what is our host doing while these guys are shouting at each other about who we're going to support?
Kill.
I will point out that Ruby is not
yes,
shouting. Ruby hasn't said anything.
Give me a perception check from Braun or whoever else
Who
is
was that?
looking. Oh,
Ruby, you are awful quiet right now. What are you thinking about all of this?
Nothing yet.
5.
you don't see him anywhere.
He's in your chair.
Oh,
Not
does
Braun's
seem-
left your
Just
side.
sitting in your lap, but you don't see him.
since I saw Zep looking around, can I also give a bit of a look around? Just out of what the fuck are you looking for? Just our the host,
Okay, sure.
the patron and stuff. Yeah.
He's quite
I
clearly
get-
sat in his armchair again with what seems to be a warm sort of mug of something. Seems to be reading a sort of news flyer.
Right, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. We can have this discussion
let's-
in the quiet,
let's-
where we're not public, or I'm not having it.
Yeah, it is quite clear that he is reporting to others about what we were saying. We should go
Yeah.
now.
I don't think it's a good idea to say. No, I'm totally fine with killing these guys openly in the
I have
middle of
an
a
idea. I have
I
an
just
idea.
wish
I'm
to
going
go
to
to
walk
bed.
up to the patron.
Go for it.
I'm going to walk up to him, and I'm going to slide 5 gold into his hand and just say we were never here and we never talked. And you heard nothing.
He pockets it and then goes, "Sure."
Everyone has a price. Hopefully, they have to pay more than 5 gold to get our information now. So I don't feel as bad knowing they have to pay more.
We were paid 300 gold pieces for a bottle of liquor, essentially
Yes.
today.
Yes.
So much
As a
money.
test.
As a test.
A test.
I
To
don't
see
have
if
that
we were
much
even
money.
competent.
I think perhaps that 300 gold was not a payment, but funds to
Live.
utilize during the job that he's clearly wanting us to do.
Or
But
just slowly
also,
poisoning us. It's coded
The thing
on the gold.
is, who will give over more than 5 gold just straight up for information straight away? Like, if someone comes into this bar and they're like, "Oh, we want information," sit down a gold
just
coin.
wanna-
The guy's gonna be like,
The proprietor was just standing there listening.
Get out of public!
With the gold pieces, just like
We all go upstairs.
Darius just picks up the raccoon.
he just goes.
Brawn grabs the legs they're carrying in between them.
Word of
Thinking about it,
advice.
He's arguing out loud.
Word of advice. You need to get better at this whole secrecy thing. And he
No
gets a
kidding.
drink.
Where did you come from?
Just to check, Ruby, was there anything you want to particularly do in that time that these guys
Ruby
were...
said nothing. She's just
Yep.
staring at them and writing in her journal and drawing a picture.
Sure thing.
After they do go upstairs.
Is there a sense of just like of us being idiots? Is that the look we're getting? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
She figured out about 12 seconds into this place that everybody's going to be listening to everything you say. Why are you talking about your plans?
I've been trying to get you up into a room. God damn.
Ruby's
So
been minding your business. She
you
didn't
go
say
up
anything.
to those that you are going.
Yeah, so as they go upstairs, Zedaar just wants to stay behind for 1 minute and say, So I'm getting a feeling here that you are a connection to these gangs too. You are going to sell what we're doing to them.
Is this
Or
to the
if they come
proprietor?
yes. Or they come looking for new hands and you sell them the information who might be useful.
Oh, don't worry. Blackjack has paid me enough to know what your story is meant to be to everybody else. You guys might want to get on with that, though. Make sure you know what your story is to everybody else. Otherwise, you're going to make my job a lot harder. And he goes back to his drink.
So they'll all go up to the room.
I'm assuming this isn't a nice room. It's probably like one of the shitty.
Yeah,
Like
no, you're
lower
in
class
you're
room.
in like it's like 2 bunk beds on either side of the room, kind of cabin.
Yeah.
A single chest
Yeah.
in the center between them,
Okay.
and you all cram
Alright.
in this 15-foot by 15-foot room.
I take my seat off of Braun's shoulder and stick that on the floor and sit in it.
Sure. Does it have little legs that now stand up, like little, like a?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And it's even got another set of legs on a hinge on the back, so I can lean back.
Okay, Homer.
Should be one of those folding ones that you can.
You got to patent
can
it
put
though,
down.
otherwise.
Sit.
I dropped the raccoon
a 3
on
foot.
one of the bed. On
No,
one
That,
of
is
the
that,
beds.
was that a Simpsons?
I curl up and
Oh.
just like
Yeah.
It was. And
I
the
couldn't remember if it was
automatic
Simpsons
hammer.
or- yeah, I can remember if it was Simpsons or Futurama. But yes, you are.
Okay,
in,
now we can talk.
you're in private.
I mean, we kind
Not
of
that we
have been
didn't already
talking
say
already.
everything in the open already.
So while they start talking, I'm going to pull out my little device with a little radar, spend the 10 minutes, and then I'm just going to do a quick sweep of detect magic around.
Sure thing.
For bugs.
Yeah,
Are the rest of you waiting for him to do that?
I doubt it.
No.
I
Zedaar
am.
will just
No,
say-
I see that. I'm gonna wait.
Well, Zedaar will just say, We are marked in this city. People will know what that means. If our story needs to be done anything, it is simple. We are just trying to figure out who we work for and who we don't so we can survive.
But that will conflict with the public story that's already out there.
We are
That
nobles
has
who have
been
paid
told.
for protection for Blackjack because we came here and we got marked. It is a simple story.
Actually,
But-
makes sense.
We should wait before we make that part of the story until we figure out if the marks are unique to individuals marked by the Jackal Gang.
They are
Because
not.
that will conflict with the story.
We have already asked about this. There are a couple of gangs who do not use them, and there are others that do.
No, yes, but we haven't asked specifically if the marks look different physically.
This is true.
That yes, so we should probably wait on that.
I think.
If anything,
perhaps-
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, feel free.
If anything, our display downstairs just shows that we are panicked and we are trying to survive in a desperate situation, which may draw attention to us, and if we are looking for work, will not hurt us. Not yet, anyways.
maybe we should start spending more money and buying more lavish stuff and
And almost 15 gold pieces since we arrived here
Continuing
3
to
hours
rent
ago.
the affluent rooms of this tavern would
point.
not be a bad idea.
I'm going to use disguise self to make myself look incredibly like pseudo royalty.
Okay. I'm also going to grab like the curtains, a few blankets and stuff, and
There
make
aren't
myself.
curtains in this room.
Is there even windows?
How do you think there's a window in this room? It's the
There
lower
is a window. No, there is a window.
Ruby's going to
They
her
do
room
have
and
a-
going to bed.
I wish to look outside the window.
I just pull whatever like sheets and blankets and whatever looks like kind of fancy and royal, and use like my my skill as a match patch to be able to make a convincing disguise.
Give me an
to
intelligence
look
check
kind
to
of
see if you even know what royalty look like.
Base it on what I literally look like right now.
Yes.
For me.
Does he trust you
What the
enough? to know
hell,
what
guy? It rolled a 16, and then it was like, no.
you get to work, and what you think you make is pretty good. It looks like to everybody else, it looks like toga party kind of get up.
All
yeah.
right.
Ruby has left and gone to bed.
There.
I am going to do the same. I am very
I'm
tired.
gonna leave.
I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, I'm just gonna find I'm going to go to my room, but does our room have rafters and like high up like support beams and stuff?
There are beams. Yeah, it's a beamed room.
Cool.
There
I
is-
go to
there is
sleep
a
on
sm-
them.
Okay, there is a chandelier hanging from each beam. You all have a very similar room, 4-poster bed, slightly bay window, and there seems to be a writing desk and stool, as well as a wardrobe.
Right. Is Scumbag still in my room? Taking a
Fast
bath?
asleep.
In my bed?
Yes.
He's being punished.
And sorry, there is like an oaken bathtub in the corner that you have to kind of fill yourself, or have filled. should I say.
I've already done the bath.
Right.
I'm just gonna go to sleep.
I'm going to wake him up. I'm going to tell him he has a bed with the rest of the retainers. Please.
He doesn't say anything, just kind of and runs out.
You look very nice tonight.
Are you
Close the
flirting
door.
with the rabbit?
Nope. Just making him feel better emotionally.
Okay.
But does the rabbit believe you are flirting with the rabbit?
Maybe.
No, I wouldn't guess so. Well,
But,
no, knowing his background with his mother.
You're gonna
That
start
might
hearing
be
some George Michael
misconstrued.
careless whisper here in a minute.
Oh, also, yeah, before I do go to bed, I'm going to make sure that my door is very well barricaded. I want
Okay.
I want a chair
Jesus.
against the doorknob. I want just the everything, like anything I can do to get that door. So it doesn't
Yeah. Ruby is gonna spend 10 minutes to cast Alarm.
Sure. Yeah, you can definitely do that. But you all settle down to sleep.
Did my
And-
detect magic go off?
You detect magic. You are left in the room alone, and it goes off.
Zadar did not leave. Zadar is patiently
Okay, no,
waiting.
Zedaar's there. Okay, you two and Brawn are left in the room. The servants come back. Darius is there, and then about 5 minutes later, Scumbag also comes back. The magic goes off, and it seems to be pinging the light fixtures. These seems to be magical light sconces. Well, there seems to be something magic about the sconces, but it would match up with like a light cantrip.
Okay. Can I Arcana it just to make sure it is just a light cantrip?
Sure, go for it.
Actually, I would know because I know this school of magic, so if it's
Yeah,
evocation,
it's just evocation.
then we're all good. Yeah, it is safe in here if we need to talk in the future.
Good to know that we gathered in here to talk and everyone immediately went to bed.
Is there anything else we need to talk about?
Yeah, I think you covered everything.
Zadar just kind of sighs.
publicly.
I consider you trustworthy, friend.
And he will turn and walk out the door.
Brawn just turns to you, Zep, and goes, "The Dragonborn is probably an ally."
Yeah, I would agree.
Probably.
Well, we may as well sleep as well. Is there anything else you need to do this evening, my friend?
He just shakes his head.
Okay. Then we will depart for the room.
No problem. He's going to stand sentry at the door.
I make sure he has a comfortable chair or something at least.
Sure. Yeah, no, he takes the chair from the writing desk that's in your room. But you all sleep, and you actually get a decent night's sleep. It's the first one that you haven't been drug-addled for or kidnapped during in a while. So it's a good sleep. And you have had a long day being introduced to the wilds of Retbury, and the night passes without issue. Morning light starts to shine through your windows, and you naturally wake up. What would you like to do?
I'm guessing that contributes as a long rest.
It does. I will give everybody a long rest because that's a button I can hit.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, hey, I get all my superiority die back.
Brawn heals.
I need to go through and make sure that things are...
So yes,
Cool.
if you're of that kind of mage, please make sure you prepare your spells.
I
Other
just
than
realized
that-
superiority die has a double,
Laughs and
double
sorcerer.
meaning for Darius.
I looked at my spells and I realized, oh yeah, I have detect poison and disease. I imagine if I used that, I might vomit just from the overwhelming sensation of the city.
Yeah, it just goes off the
You
radar.
clean a little. You clean a corner of your room and just. Sit
It's
there
like turning a
with
black
my
light on in a really shady motel room. You're just like, nope, nope, don't want to be here anymore.
And,
the whole
and
city that just lights up.
the worrying idea of that is, why did you bring a black light to a shady motel room?
Exactly. Don't ask questions that you don't want to know the answer to.
Ruby, is there anything you'd particularly like to do this morning?
Go get breakfast.
Sure thing. You can head down. There seems to be a breakfast service on at this tavern. It's included with the rooms. You are told on arrival, and it seems to be a mix of like a sort of an oat porridge and some sort of fruit juice, and there's available rations of bacon and eggs as well.
She'll eat.
I also want a steak. I want a cow.
You
Ruby actually cooks the bacon a little bit more. She likes it crispy.
sure? So Zep, you're looking for a steak particularly.
Yeah.
The server that's there just goes, oh yeah, we can get that for you. Yeah, it's 2 silver, and you can get a steak and potatoes and a sort of sauce thing. I'm not sure. I'm not the chef.
Those are not necessary. I will still have the bacon and the eggs and all of the other good things. I just want steak with them.
Oh, okay. 2 silver.
Wait, I
And
forgot this is breakfast.
Yeah. So this man, he runs
he's
out.
a gnome.
You hear like shouting between them and the chef, and then about 10 minutes later, a steak arrives.
This is a top sirloin on top of bacon.
But
I mean-
the rest of you can
No,
grab.
this is a
grab
classy
yourself-
establishment. You would have the steak in the middle, and then the eggs would be poached on top of it, and the bacon would be laid across the
What's
eggs.
that? Yeah.
And there'd be a little drizzle of gravy and a weird pattern
Yes.
geometrically on the plate for some reason.
This is a high-end establishment. They're classy.
Yeah.
Some
I
sort
want
of-
to stay in my room.
You want to stay in your room? Okay.
Yes, in the rafters, of course. Like, laying down on the raft.
Are you doing anything in particular?
I'm just fiddling with some, like, pieces of, like, whatever I found around the room. Seeing what I can make.
Yeah, you've
Building
taken
a
apart.
nest.
You've taken apart one of the sconces. You've taken apart one of the magical sconces within the room. Yeah, that's fine. Valmyr,
Sweet.
are you joining for breakfast?
Yeah, just breakfast. Nothing special
Zedaar,
about it.
anything you need to do this morning?
No, bacon and eggs is all good for him.
And Darius.
One thing before I give an answer: is there an open space somewhere nearby the tavern, like a space where there's nothing like taking like an open
Like the sand floor in the middle of the tavern where the
like
dots were.
Yeah, I mean there could be that, but outside preferably. But just
You'd have to go take a walk round.
Okay. Because before I go to bed, then I'll check that.
Okay.
Is there?
As you walk around a bustling metropolis, there doesn't really seem to be any kind of that sort of space. You might be able to clear out a room on a pier if you hired it, or like find a rooftop.
All right, never mind that. So what happens is wake up, crack of dawn, and takes me about 5 minutes to get out of my room because I've got it all barricaded up. So
What? Oh,
Beth dropped.
We lost Beth for a moment.
oh god, the
The
camera.
cameras have changed. I am now.
oh no!
I am.
Cameras have now flipped. I am the leader of the game. Welcome to the component cast.
All right.
It's a DM heist.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah, I take, I wake up, crack of dawn, 5 minutes to get out of my room, you know, scraping and chains jangle before the door opens and everything. I wake up my squire.
Yep, already awake.
in-
They're used to this. They remember
yeah.
that you're back.
Crack of dawn, and we're doing double long training sessions every day for
Okay.
a month,
You train.
which is her punishment. So
Give me a
sword
Constitution
practice.
check.
Sure, that's yeah. Do I get advantage because this is my job?
Yeah, sure.
This is what. Save or just check?
Check.
Check.
After breakfast,
14.
Ruby.
You train hard and you return once you're complete.
Yep, we do that, and I give. How much did I give him for food last night? Was it two gold or two silvers?
2 silver.
Okay, I give him 5 more silver pieces, and I tell him to get a nice set of clothing for being part of my retinue. Make it nice, presentable, and maybe get something for, like, maybe get something for your hair or something. as
Patrick
well while
goes,
you're out.
do you want me to go? Shall I go with him?
Sure.
And then he kind of blows a raspberry at Drake.
Yeah,
Sort of
yes. These have
Got
been
out.
on my character sheet since I made it, so I want to point out the only reason you don't know the names is because you didn't check.
I'm just trying
Darius.
to remember, my God. But yes, Ruby, you were doing something.
She's gonna go find Darius outside.
Not too hard. He's like the loudest man around.
Ouch. Darius, I have an idea. Might help us at least ascertain the origin.
1 minute.
Oh, don't
It's
mind me. Just-
14. Okay.
You okay?
Yeah.
Do you need a water?
Yeah. No. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
It's a punishment for her. I cannot be weak.
She is like not out of breath at all.
Oh, keep up the good work. I have an idea about ascertaining the origin of this mark on our hand, but I need, for lack of a better word, a little more gold to make it work.
I only received a single share.
I know. We're gonna have to work together for this one. I need to find a pearl worth about 100 gold.
Okay. And, I can provide some of that. Do I have to remember? Although, good question. Actually, this is a good question. Mallory, how long have you paid up your room for?
Well, oh, that's German again. Well, actually, I'm stick with the German. It's gonna
Just go with it. Just go with it. Just go with it. Roll with it.
The ogre man paid for it.
The ogre man paid. Okay.
And you thought the rooms weren't booked because it was your retainers.
Well, to be fair, although I wasn't there for the confirmation of that, there are no bugs, as somebody spent time checking. So I was correct. in that.
The only one that knows that, me and Zedaar.
It's better than being in the middle of the tavern floor arguing about what gang to overthrow. But I'm just pointing that out.
I don't see the problem.
Your retainers probably do know because they were there, like looking on awkwardly, I would imagine, towards the end.
Yeah, that's very true. Okay, yeah, I can provide some of that. Can we dip into the party fund for that?
That would be the idea, yes.
We could do 20. I could provide 25 gold pieces towards that, if it's really important.
Well, if you want to know what this brand is on our arms, then yes.
All right. If that's what you believe is the best for it,
Yeah.
I can provide that.
Mind speaking to the others?
Did you just come to me because I'm the richest of the group? and
No,
I had
you're the
money
one who
to
was
begin
awake.
with?
And I don't feel like talking to the gnome.
Well, he seems fine.
I love how I'm not even an option.
You haven't left
You'd be
your
like, oh,
room
here,
yet.
here is my entire gold.
All anyone's hearing is if you ever had a raccoon inside your roof, just little skittering things moving across.
I like the idea that like what's it called, like a housemaid comes in, thinks the room's clear, looks up, it's like ah, runs out, just comes back with a broom, like ah!
Because you dropped a check for 200 gold without a bat of an eye, I assumed you did have the money.
Well, that was my father's money, but yes, and that's line of credit. I don't think a common street mage or somebody who's going to be dealing in 100 gold piece pearls going to take a check. But yes, I can put 25 up front on that, and if we can't cover, if we still have a deficit, I still have more I can put in, but not a lot more, because I have to provide for these ones. Well, 2 of them are gone now, but I have to provide food and board and everything, and pay sometimes for them.
Thank you.
No problem. Would you like to join in? It's good. It's good morning. It's a brisk. It's good to get the blood flowing.
I just cleaned myself, thank you.
All right. Missing out. Goes right
Ruby's
back
gonna
to
go find herself
sparring.
a 100 GP pearl and an owl feather.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you want me to give you that right now? Okay.
Yeah, she's going out.
Okay. All right.
Give me an investigation check. You are in the market district, so we'll see what you can get.
I can get to my skills. Investigation. It's okay, guys. I'm really good at this. That's a 2.
You find an owl feather for about 3 copper, but you have no idea where you'd find a pearl in this place.
You should have asked me to go. I have a better bonus to that.
Doesn't
Also,
trust
you
people
have
yet.
the inability of rolling shit.
That's true. That is true.
Those of you having breakfast, is there anything you guys want to do now? Because these guys are...
Yeah, Ruby's out on the town.
So
Ruby is out.
We have what we discussed the other day, but if we want to procure any more goods before we start, this morning would be the best time to do it.
You procure what? Like what is it? What you'll need?
If you need anything else, whetstones for sharpening weapons, I do not know. We have come into some money. If you need equipment, it would be useful. I myself need to procure another 1 or 2, and he'll just pull out what appears to be a healer's kit.
Mhm.
Big ones. Supplies for this are always useful.
Yes, it's a life cleric with the healer perk. Of course, the healer's kits.
God.
Roach,
I'm getting
carbon
GM flashbacks.
carbon copy.
Damn healer kits. God, this is the bane of my campaign.
Yeah, no, I could do with some.
I feel like Zedaar has to meet a horrible end just so we don't have the same character in 2 games. Because
No,
the more I
honestly,
hear about them, just the carbon
no.
copy, it's like, man,
No,
this
I
is
tried my best to kill Sesh, and she won't die.
nothing
What I-
this
what I-
interface spell won't solve.
I,
Or
again,
immolation.
it's
I don't know
fine.
this other character. I like Zedaar.
Honestly, it's fine. You should have seen the absolute glee the Sesh player, who is also the writer of The Realm of Atria, had to find out that there was a Dragonborn playing from their land using it's kind of what they built it from. Like the whole idea came from that character, and that whole land came from that character. So the absolute joy in the writer's face was amazing when I told them. So don't feel bad at all. If anything, feel proud.
I like
I'm going to be searching for some screws, and I need some pieces of wood, and I'm probably going to need a couple of ingots of copper, and just reeling off a whole bunch of trade goods.
Okay.
I will help the gnome.
Yeah, good.
I come downstairs with whatever the hell I just invented upstairs.
Okay. Yeah. So is what you've done is you saw Zep's chair from last night. So is what you've done. You've turned the stall that was on the desk and also the light sconce into essentially another pop-up chair. So you've got a pop-up chair.
Oh yeah, I'll take it.
That fits about you
Hey,
and
you
Zep.
did, man.
That's about it. As in, they're the only two members of the party that could physically sit on it. Maybe Ruby as well, if because she's quite dainty in compared to the other heavily armored.
She's still 6
fellows.
feet tall.
Yeah, so Ruby's.
I'm
Yes.
smaller than Ruby.
It's like a grown man sitting in a chair in kindergarten, like
Yes,
knees
but
up to his chest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying she could physically sit in it, but also because she's not in plate mail, like or armor.
The
like-
white
The
wooden
mass
bike.
is not as great as one might
yeah,
think.
exactly.
She's more like a pilot in a
I
chair.
am a big boy. I acknowledge. Zedaar is a big boy.
But it's like an adult in like was it you put the like a coin in and it like moves like a rocking spaceship. It'll be like that, but
Yeah.
it would
Sorry.
like support her. But yeah, that's where you can, and you come down, you join the group.
Sweet.
So Zep is going shopping for some materials. Is
Yeah,
anyone
basically
else
what-
doing anything?
20 gold pieces to get crafting materials.
Okay.
I'll go with Zep to pick up some crafting materials, like with Zep, of course.
Price wise, it's probably going to cost you 25 for 20 gold's worth, just because of this place is entirely reliant on imports, so there is a lot of extra surcharges and also people skimming off the top and being a bit below the belt with things. So,
Can I use either my investigation to see if I can find some better stuff, or my persuasion to see if I can haggle them down?
And see if any are
Give me-
interested in a share.
give me an investigation first.
As I am helping, does he get advantage?
Yeah,
11.
take advantage. Take advantage because Valmyr did say he's helping. So just roll again.
13.
So you do.
We
come
should just
across-
get
I-
Rin
I-
out to do everything.
I need to ask quickly: are you willing to leave this district?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here with, well, there are 4 of us now. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say stay on
So-
the island though. Like don't cross the big bridge.
So you actually get into watch side a little ways, and you start to come across a lot of the guild halls. And with your guild background, you actually managed to find someone who is willing to sell you some stuff at a semi-normal price. They do say that normally they'd have to pay a little bit because you know the gangs around here to cover their back, but they're like guild people respect guild people, and they're willing to give it to you for a normal price.
I will add 1 extra gold piece for his trouble.
They thank you.
Ruby's still looking for a pearl.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
Ruby,
just about
you
to
are
say,
really having trouble with
once-
the pearl.
In this
Once
searching,
our morning routine's done,
Darius, go first.
yeah. Once the morning routine's done, I'm leaving my main blade with my other retainer for
Patrick.
because they have to. They're carrying for it. They have to use the whetstone they've got, and they're
Sword bearer.
oiling it
Got
and everything. Yeah, all that. They're doing that. Me and my squire, we're going to head out, and given the fact that Ruby gave me no indications of where she would be, I am going to try and find the place that would sell Pearl and backtrack to find her.
Okay.
So I'm trying to find the place that would sell Pearl.
Give me an
There's a way to
investigation.
find her. All right, that's fine.
And another
I would
question,
also
are
like-
you willing to go out of district for it?
No, I didn't. I don't think they. I didn't think Ruby.
Ruby would, yeah. But Ruby also is trying to get a lay of the land and talk to
Yeah.
random people, just
15.
whatever
Whilst you
carousing
don't-
would be.
Because a lot of the clay markets are like big open warehouse markets. You don't really find anyone who has pearls as a thing. However, you do find a fisherman who has found some pearls in some recent oysters and is willing to sell you one for 120 GP.
See, I don't have the money on me because I
No, you
gave
don't.
my money to. I gave my money to Ruby. It's like, have you seen a tall woman, fiery red hair? Oh, are you okay?
We're gonna go get some plenty of drool there, Midge.
This is
George?
place. I don't know what you're talking about. See?
Don't look
Yeah,
directly
yeah.
into the sag.
Right. You seen it, a woman like that?
Well, a fella never forgets a woman like that. One did just walk through here. Nigh on a half hour ago. Pretty she
Direction
was.
Right. I don't need. Yep, that's all I
Clint
need.
Eastwood's had
Where
a
was
fucking
she
stroke.
going? Where was she going? You can keep the rest of the thoughts to yourself, where they should stay.
She She was heading towards the Seven Crests.
7 quests. I don't have that part.
Well,
of
that
my-
accent
Who is
reminds-
calling me? I swear to God.
Area 5 of the map.
So
very
all that accent reminds me of is sulfur lemonade.
For me,
If
in my
you
head,
haven't-
that was I'm a simple southern. Was the Futurama, the chicken lawyer?
Yeah.
That's who it
I
was.
may be a simple hyper chicken.
Yeah.
It makes me think of my spoon is too big.
All right, we don't sell that pearl. We'll, yeah, but you have an interested buyer, sir. But I will be back in a bit, at some point today, probably.
Sure then. I'll see you soon.
Right.
I need to remember not to let Ruby go off by herself because her rolls are usually awful.
So
Also,
I'm
we're
now,
in a city full of gangs that may want to kill us and need to split the party.
I'm just gonna find Ruby shivved in the corner.
Yeah,
With 100 gold pieces in your pocket.
Not anymore.
Well, yeah, not anymore. I'm now switching my gears towards search and rescue instead of asset retrieval.
okay.
I'm trying to
Ruby,
find.
give me another investigation check as well as a perception check.
Uh-oh.
If you do get jumped, that's just gonna be great.
All right. Investigation. Whoa.
Need a party rule. Nobody leaves on their own.
Perception.
If we are on one of the islands, stick to the island. Okay, so you eventually find in the Seven Crest district, which is a much older part of the town. You're looking around at the architecture, and from your noble background, you would have seen some of this before, but a lot of the architecture seems elven. This seems to be one of the older parts of the town. Very regal architecture, lighter stone, a lot of carvings, very intricate. And you finally come across quite a few jewelers and places such as that. So you do find somewhere that might have pearls. But you also notice that someone in a semi sort of... They seem to have like a purple blouse shirt and a half mask, like Harlequin mask, kind of covering their face. Clock you and then run into an alleyway.
Clock me?
Yeah, as in notice you.
Punch. Oh wait, no.
Oh, because that would
We have
actually.
different meanings.
Because that
Yeah,
would
I think
have
this is
fucking
this is
US.
a British versus American
fucking
thing here.
Yeah.
Punch
No,
you
no.
in the face
Clock-
and then leave.
Clock, yes, clock can also mean punch you in the face. I do recognize that witticism, but no, I
It
mean,
takes you 13 perception to realize, wham!
By the
If
way,
you rolled a
Ruby
12,
rolls-
you would have just had a really sore face suddenly.
no,
Just
I mean,
so-
as in clock, as in
Holy shit, you go.
notice you. Yeah, suddenly you're bleeding. There is a knife in your back.
What happened? I don't know.
No,
That's a
you think you've been noticed by someone who's then run into an alleyway.
Mark the location on her map.
I'm sure she's fine, Mallory. She's an accomplished maid. She couldn't possibly be in danger.
Darius, give me another investigation for yourself from you.
All right. This is where I'm going to fuck it up. Then I'm going to get jumped. Eight.
You're still looking. Ruby, are you going into any of the jewelers or anything?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. You go into this fine establishment. There is a lady in a long silken dress with a number of rings on her hand and sort of a set of glasses around her neck, stood behind a counter with a lot of fine brooches and gems and jewels. Hello there, and welcome to my establishment. What can I do for you, fine lady?
Good morning, ma'am. I'm in the market for a pearl. About yay big and valued at about 100 gold.
Okay. She opens one of her jewels. I don't have any individual pearls, but we have this set of earrings, priced at about 160 gold. For mechanical reasons, this would be 2 pearls worth 100.
If I don't carry that much cash on hand.
Understandable with the absolute ruffians of the part.
Could I get just one of them? Or 60? Or 70 even?
I'm unwilling to part with it as a... Earrings they tend to get sold as a pair. I would have to mark down the other one significantly.
Well, then it is a pleasure doing business with you. It's a shame you couldn't make an easy profit from another noble in the town.
Give me a persuasion check.
3.
Have a good day.
Ruby rolls! Yeah!
Yes, no. So she lets you go. About this time, Darius, you see her exiting a shop. You see Ruby exiting.
Oh, there she is. I don't know where that accent came from. There she is, and walk up to her with my squire.
With Marjorie here.
Yes. Found you. Yes. I found a fisherman who is selling a pearl for 120 gold pieces. I'm fairly certain we could. If it works for what you need it to work with, I can probably talk him down. It doesn't seem like he'd be that hard to convince. He has something lesser.
The jeweler inside actually has a pair, but what did she say, 160 for the pair? I think it's a little rich for my taste, but so let's talk to your friend.
All right. Fair warning, he has a face that...
Don't we all?
So do you backtrack to the fisherman?
Yeah, oh, by the way, Darius, also, I think I just got marked earlier as a person in a Harlequin mask, so keep an eye out, yeah?
Oh, that doesn't seem odd at all.
In this town?
The city?
Quietly,
No.
please.
No, that was sarcastic. Yeah, you probably got marked by something pretty bad. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, getting the heck on out of this town.
Welcome back, see? How is you doing? Did you... this is the lady. I see. You still interested in that pearl?
I am. I'll give you 100 gold for it.
Now, I already stated a price of 120, but for the lovely lady, I'll be willing to pots with it for 110.
She just flashes a really bright smile. How about I clean you up a little bit?
Oh, God.
Gulp. I don't know what you mean.
Well, for instance, and she will. Is he like?
What do you mean?
Are his clothes soiled or does something nearby that's just?
I mean, he's completely in sort of rain gear, sort of like water gear from being on a trawler.
So it's covered in mud and filth.
And he's been gutting fish. Yeah.
Is it cold out?
Fairly. Retbury is not a warm island.
She will cast Prestidigitation to warm him up a little bit.
Well.
Or his clothes, to like that feeling they're fresh out of the dryer.
I know not what you did there, but I do believe I feel a little bit warmer inside. 105.
Deal.
Man's got to make surprise.
Wait, God damn it! I could. Really good persuasion check. I could have brought him down more.
105. You get yourself a pearl. Size
That's
100.
partly my money.
Worth 100
I
gold.
was trying to bring it down.
105.
Okay.
Damn it.
I will mark off all my gold.
And
actually, it's not true. I have 9 gold left.
Is there anything else anyone needs to do?
Ritually cast Identify on his mark, but you know.
Zedaar with Brain Brawn and not Kifis. It was
Valmyr.
Darren. Yeah, Darren is what we call him
Darren.
because that's what he
Yes,
introduced himself
right.
as.
Just go with Valmyr. It's easier. It's just gonna confuse everyone.
He was just in the searching with Brain Brawn and the others. He was just gonna try and buy 2 more healers kits.
You can find 2 more healers kits, marked up slightly to 7 gold each, rather than 5.
Okay.
But other than that, you find that
Be careful, Midge.
pretty easily. But if there is nothing else, with the shopping complete, I'm going to have to leave that on a stunning cliffhanger because we've reached the end of tonight's show. So I would like to quickly, obviously, thank all of everybody for joining. I'm sorry that we have to end on a slightly shopping spree, but join us next week when we go about trying to
Slay a dragon.
really uncover what is really going on with who's the right gang to work with. The party have been left in quite a conundrum, and they're just finding their feet with that. But I have been joined by DM Opal, DM Lake, Lord Lambert, Mordred Viking, Too Minty Too Fresh, and Commissar Roach. All links to various places you can catch those people you can find in our panels or in our YouTube description. I have been Midgeman. This has been the Component Cast with the Elendor Chronicles, and we will see you next week. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Stay fresh.
Bye.
Hi guys, Midgeman here, the DM for the Elendor campaign and producer of the Component Cast. I just want to say thank you guys for bearing with this episode if you've gotten to this point. I know there were some technical difficulties in the recording. I worked out what those were a bit too late. It was an issue that we didn't have last week because last week we didn't even have a video. We've been plagued by issues, and I just wanted to give a big thank you to everyone who's supporting us by watching these videos and watching us live. If you would consider maybe taking a look into our links below, you can see all of our sponsors and also ways to support us either through donations or becoming a Patreon. Patrons is a new system that we're going to be using, and Patreon is going to allow you access to a cast-only Discord where you can interact with members of the cast and come join in the fun, and also maybe get your own say in how the Elendor Chronicles develops. I've been Midgeman. Thank you again for watching this video. I'll see you in the next one. Happy time zones, and stay safe.